Test 1, 2, test. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate everyone's patience. Wanted to give a moment for folks to get into the room. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, May 16th. It is 12:14 in the afternoon, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my colleagues here with me today. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. As you can see, this meeting is a hybrid meeting. It is both being webcast and recorded, and we have an in-person component. For those of you joining us virtually, you're either viewing our customary live stream at calepa.gov or .ca.gov, or you're viewing us from the YouTube live web stream. If you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you should be on the Zoom platform with us, though. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the agenda. And if you're having any challenges, though, getting onto the platform and you're watching us virtually otherwise, you can email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will help you get onto the platform. I also want to make sure and note that we have live interpretation available in Spanish that is both accessible at both of the in-person workshop locations that we have for today's event and also online. The English live stream is available on YouTube, and both English and Spanish streams can be found at video.calepa.ca.gov. And again, if you're participating and are on the Zoom platform, please use the interpretation globe button at the bottom of the taskbar to select your audio channel. And I want to thank our interpreters here today and kick it over to them for a quick announcement as well on the platform. Thank you. If you're joining us here in person at Imperial Valley College, we have headsets available from the interpreter station with Spanish audio, and it's on channel 4. If you are at the remote location at the North Shore Beach and Yacht Club, there are 2 separate rooms broadcasting the meeting, one in English and one in Spanish. With that, for those of you here in the room, good afternoon. I'm glad you can join us here in person. Just quickly, do observe the exits. If for some reason there is an emergency and we need to file out, please do calmly file out from one of the exits here before us. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's workshop here in person, please do talk to the clerk of the board up front, Courtney Tyler, as well as there's a web form on the agenda for you to sign up for in-person comment. With that, also please do turn off any noise-making devices here in the room so that we can have an uninterrupted meeting. With those announcements out of the way, we can get on to board business. Before we get to the agenda on board business, I'll note both the informational item number 2 and public forum we're going to have at the end of item 3, which is the workshop, the main reason why we're all here with you. I appreciate that, and especially if anyone is intending on commenting on public forum, note that public forum is for an item not currently scheduled before the board, like this workshop. So if you intend on commenting on the workshop, please do then, instead of commenting for public forum, comment on item number 3. With that, we can get into item number 3. So this is, again, Joaquin Esquivel, chair of the state board, and today is our yearly workshop to receive input and an update on the status of phase 1 in the Salton Sea Management Program. The workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated March 20th, 2023. As a workshop, the board will not take any formal action. There will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. However, the board members may ask clarifying questions of the speakers after receiving updates and comments at this workshop. The board may also provide direction to staff regarding future tasks or actions. The purpose of today's workshop is for the board to receive written and oral comments on the status of the management program, including a report from the California Natural Resources Agency on their progress implementing the program during 2022. The due date for submittal of written comments was 5 p.m. on May 2nd. We ask that all workshop participants conduct themselves in a considerate manner. Speakers should stick to their allotted time, and attendees should listen actively so that all interested parties may be heard. We hope to have a productive and informative workshop today, and thank you in advance for co-creating an atmosphere of mutual respect, free of disruptions. Any attendees that act in a disrespectful manner will be asked to leave. This two-day workshop, which will include several presentations and speakers, it's a two-day workshop and will include several speakers and presentations. Today's workshop will begin with an opening statement by Chairman Thomas Tortes, Chairman Tortes of the Torres Martinez Desert Cahuilla Indians, followed by remarks from Wade Crowfoot, who's the Secretary for Natural Resources here in California. We will then open it up for electeds or other tribal officials who may be in attendance today to speak. Following those comments, we will hear presentations from the State Water Board staff, the California Natural Resources Agency, Environmental Science Associates, and then we'll move on to the first of two panels. We have a unique format this year for the workshop. The panels this year include brief presentations from each panelist, followed by a Q&A session with a panel facilitator. Questions during the Q&A aspect of the panel may be limited if there are time constraints and panels are behind schedule. So the following panels will open the floor, following the panels rather, we will open the floor to comments for the public and other interested parties. Those wishing to provide a comment should have already filled out their cards. Again, this is all being webcast and recorded, so please do state your name, any affiliations you're with. I just want to note here at the top and thank everyone. First workshop we held down here in the region on the Salton Sea was actually about 4 years ago now, in 2019. For many of those of you who were there with us then, it was tight quarters in the yacht club, but it was a real great opportunity for the board, which had been holding workshops yearly, to come out and come to the community. And so this is actually delayed by about 3 years, where COVID in 2020 was when we were supposed to have come out to this side of the Salton Sea and be able to carry on a conversation in the community. So I really appreciate everyone. I know a lot has changed in the last 3 years, and just thank everyone's time for joining us. With that, I'd like to hand it over to the Honorable Chairman Thomas Tortes Jr. From the Torres Martinez Desert Cahuilla Indians. Chairman Tortes, glad to have you with us.
Thank you, Joaquin. Can you hear me all right?
We can, thank you.
All right, I just want to first open up with the land acknowledgement of the area that we're in right now. The Imperial Valley College is the land area and jurisdiction of the Fort Yuma Quechan people of California and Arizona. Also of the Desert Cahuilla, which we are also have ancestral jurisdiction within the area of the Imperial Valley College and the entire Imperial Valley. So with that, I would like to open, if I may, with a prayer. And for our Cahuilla people, we normally open the meeting after the land acknowledgement. So I'll begin by saying, Creator, Father, Amna, open our hearts for peace and guidance today for all people that are in this meeting and on the Zoom. Creator, we open our hearts to protect all the people of your Mother Earth, which we call Temal. Creator, we ask that all hearts here today respect Mother Earth and the gifts from the earth. We thank you, Creator, for all the blessings today and every day. Creator, Father Amna, you are the light, and your presence will guide our culture and our decisions that we make today. Hear our prayer. And in Cahuilla, we say Chem Amna, Chem Mingam Imam, which means for the Creator to watch all people that are in this meeting on Zoom today. I want to thank the California Natural Resource for putting this together. The last, I know we had a workshop on Torres Martinez. We had them throughout the Salton Sea area, pretty much all around. And as Mr. Joaquin has said, that we had a little delay because of the COVID, but I'm glad that there is inclusion and the entire community around the Salton Sea, Riverside County, Imperial County, And I just want to extend, the invitation to the local tribes if they're listening or not on. I know I've had conversations with our sister tribes, but I think it would behoove everyone to extend that invitation to all tribes around the Colorado River, as this Salton Sea Long Range Plan involves everyone that's within this local area. I know with the Long Range Plan, as a tribe, we have approved and support the Long Range Plan as it exists today, providing that it continues to improve air quality, the water quality, especially. I know it states in there that we're going to restore habitat to historic levels, and we're in support. But we know there's a deficit there. Anything the tribe can do, let us know, and with our colleagues in the political realm, anything that we can do as far as the tribe. Again, we appreciate California Natural Resource, the Salton Sea Authority, for including tribal policy, tribal initiatives, and we're looking forward to any and all solutions that will shape and enhance the local economies, and most of all, the environmental justice and resolving the environmental injustices as we see them all today. So again, thank you. It's an honor to be on the workshop today. I'll be open to any questions that you have throughout today and tomorrow. I apologize for not being there in person. I'll be there though tomorrow in person. But again, any questions, comments, concerns, I'm open to any and all of them today as we carry on to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I really appreciate you opening this meeting with us, continuing to be an incredible leader amongst, I know, what are a lot of challenges, and the sea here certainly foremost amongst them as we gather and discuss. But know that whether it's access to drinking water, the needs, longstanding needs of the tribe, and how we better ultimately reconcile and have discussions about the future and prosperity of our communities. I just can't thank you enough for your leadership, for continuing to be here, and your participation in all of this. So thank you. Looking forward to what's going to be a lot of great discussion today and tomorrow. Thank you. Secretary Crowfoot, good to see you.
Thanks so much, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I so wish I was with you in person and actually had planned to be with you. I'm coming to you from Marysville, California in Yuba County. The governor asked me to join him at an announcement regarding an important project to restore salmon to the lower Yuba River today. So while I can't be with you in person, I'm really thankful that you are connecting me in virtually. I actually plan to travel to the region later tonight, to be able to get on the ground and see progress on one of our key projects and connect with stakeholders. So Chair Esquivel, I really appreciate you all maintaining these annual hearings on Salton Sea through the pandemic. And I think it's great that you're getting in person down around the sea, as well as providing a virtual link. I also want to acknowledge and thank Chairman Tortes for his leadership and his partnership on all things Salton Sea and natural resources. I'm really thankful to he and his tribal government for all the work that we do together to stabilize and restore the sea and so much more. As you all know on the Water Board, but maybe not everybody knows, we have an important sister agency relationship on the Salton Sea. I lead the California Natural Resources Agency, which includes many departments that work on the Salton Sea, including our Department of Water Resources and our Department of Fish and Wildlife. And coming out of a major agreement to transfer water from the Imperial Valley to the Southern California coast in 2003, called the Quantification Settlement Agreement, our agency assumed responsibility for stabilizing the sea as its size shrunk as a result of less inflows into the sea. And so the work we'll talk about today is really the progress we're making to fulfill that responsibility. Chair Esquivel and board members, I'm thankful that you all, as the state water regulator, are holding us accountable for achieving our 10-year Salton Sea Management Program, which is all focused on stabilizing and restoring 30,000 acres at the Salton Sea. We know that changing water management in the Colorado River Basin, accelerating climate change, continues to create really challenging conditions at the sea. At the same time, I'm really proud of the progress that we're making. But as I always say, while we're proud of the progress, we have a lot of work ahead. Today's hearing will be the first opportunity to meet and to talk with our new Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea at the Natural Resources Agency, named Samantha Arthur. We welcome Samantha to this work. Governor Newsom appointed Samantha based on her track record helping deliver complicated restoration projects in California's Central Valley. And she joins a really effective team that we built over the years within our Salton Sea Management Program. So just want to give a shout out to our team that does important work with partners on the ground day in and day out. I would describe 2022 as a year of progress, and you're going to hear a lot more about the details of that from my colleagues. Perhaps most visibly, the Species Conservation Habitat Project, which is a project at the southern end of the sea at the mouth of the New River to inundate exposed playa to reduce dust emissions in that highly emissive area and provide environmental habitat. That project has made tremendous progress. It's a big project, 4,000 acres, easily represents the largest restoration project attempted at the sea to date. And it is largely being delivered. It is not yet inundated with water, but it is almost ready to be. And as those who have seen it or will be able to see it in tours, it's a remarkable project. It is taking water from the New River and from agricultural outflows from the Imperial Irrigation District, and again, inundating, covering up exposed seabed, as well as providing habitat. Huge thanks to our partners, first and foremost, the Imperial Irrigation District. This project is on land that is owned by the Imperial Irrigation District, so they've been essential partners as we deliver the work. It's been, other partners are too numerous to name, but it's a really good indication of physical changes out on the sea. I'm also excited and passionate to be moving forward projects on the northern side of the sea in the North Lake Pilot Project to provide water into the keys of a community on the western portion of the sea, Desert Shores, to work with Audubon, California on a Bombay Beach environmental restoration project. You'll hear more about all these today, but we are making progress demonstrably toward our acreage targets within that Salton Sea Management Program. I need to be clear, though, we continue to come from behind in terms of meeting our acreage targets, and we have to continue to make up more ground to catch up to the schedule in terms of the amount of acres that would be mitigated for dust emissions, which of course are so critical to protect public health, as well as the acreage required to restore habitat for fish and wildlife that use the sea. Another important stream of work is looking ahead, as Chairman Tortas mentioned, to the future of the Salton Sea. So the Salton Sea Management Program, this 10-year program, ends in 2028. And so it's been our charge on behalf of the Water Board to really identify what the long-term plan is for the sea. There are a lot of variables that impact the future of the sea, including how much water flows into the sea from the region's ephemeral rivers and from agricultural outflows. And I want to commend our team for, I think, doing a really good job collecting public input to inform the long-range plan. We also impaneled a set of national experts to evaluate a variety of proposals to import water into the Salton Sea Basin for use for stabilizing the Salton Sea. And you'll hear more about that. And elements of those proposals have been integrated into the long-range management plan. Our partnerships with our federal partners have never been stronger. I'm really excited that the Army Corps of Engineers is advancing a feasibility study around stabilizing or projects to stabilize the sea. And I want to thank the Salton Sea Authority for their participation and engagement, leadership, moving that forward. That Army Corps study is a really important precondition to potentially access significant funding from the Federal Army Corps of Engineers. We continue to work exceptionally closely with our Bureau of Reclamation partners. Many know that our Bureau of Reclamation actually owns a significant amount of seabed under the Salton Sea. So they are absolutely an essential partner, as is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I want to mention one major variable or development over the last year since we last met in this hearing is an urgent and intense focus among water agencies across 7 states and 2 countries to stabilize the Colorado River Basin. The Colorado River and the entire mountains and landscapes that flow into the river are suffering from a drought stretching 22 years and reaching a point of just acute shortage. As you know, Chair Esquivel and board members, the 2 largest reservoirs on the Colorado River are Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Lake Mead provides water or holds water for water agencies in Nevada, Arizona, and California. Over the last year, our federal partners, the Bureau of Reclamation that manage those reservoirs, warned that if trends continue, those reservoirs could essentially collapse in terms of being able to provide power and water unless exceptional efforts are taken to conserve water, to use less water across the water agencies that depend on the Colorado and keep more water in the reservoirs. So for almost a year, our agency and an entity within our agency called the Colorado River Board of California has been working very closely with California water agencies that depend on the Colorado River, including Imperial Irrigation District and Coachella Valley Water District, and other agricultural water districts in the region around the Salton Sea, as well as the Metropolitan Water District that provides water to 19 million Californians. Our California water agencies have stepped up and voluntarily agreed to conserve water, that is to use less water to keep more water in the reservoirs. The Imperial Irrigation District in particular has made a commitment of conserving 250,000 acre feet per year, contingent on compensation from federal agencies to compensate for their conservation, and contingent on the federal agencies stepping up to help stabilize the Salton Sea. Now, we know that upwards of 75% of inflow into the sea flows from water that is used to irrigate Imperial Valley fields. So there's a symbiotic relationship between farming in the Imperial Valley, to a lesser extent the Coachella Valley, and continued inflow into the sea. And if the Imperial Irrigation District conserves water to stabilize the reservoirs, which we very much support, we obviously modeled or anticipated that it could accelerate the exposure of the lake bed in the Salton Sea. So recognizing that, our partners at the Bureau of Reclamation took precedential action. And we have now entered into an agreement with the 2 water agencies, IID and CVWD, and the Department of the Interior, I should say, and our agency, whereby we're focused in expanding shared efforts to stabilize the sea. This agreement includes a $250 million commitment from the Bureau of Reclamation, and that comes to us thanks to Congress and President Biden's administration securing funding through the Inflation Reduction Act. That $250 million at Bureau of Reclamation will flow into projects to stabilize the Salton Sea. $22 million of that funding is already focused on getting out the door, doing important things, including building capacity at the Torres Martinez tribal government. 228 of that million dollars would essentially come to Salton Sea projects once the Imperial Irrigation District is able to implement its conservation commitment. So this is obviously an important variable you'll hear more about in the hearing today. we in California need to play our part, reducing our usage of the Colorado River, conserving water in Lake Mead, and at the same time, we have to anticipate how that will impact the Salton Sea. I'm really proud of this agreement because it brings significant federal funding to stabilize the Salton Sea for the first time ever. I believe it's the beginning of federal investment into stabilizing the sea. I'm really thankful of Congressman Ruiz, Senator Padilla, Senator Feinstein, and so many others for making the case. And I want to personally thank our U.S. Reclamation Commissioner, Camille Touton, for her personal involvement in this agreement. One of the provisions of the agreement is that we meet quarterly moving forward to check in on the implementation of the agreement and also our progress restoring the Salton Sea. And we've already had 2 quarterly meetings with ourselves that have also includes other local water agencies and leaders and groups. So, Chair, I think I'll leave it here. There's more I could share. I'm personally involved in these efforts at the Salton Sea. Governor Newsom directly, individually asked me to take responsibility for making progress here. I'll end by saying I was so gratified to bring Governor Newsom down to the Salton Sea when he was in the region just about a month or 2 ago, and actually got him out on the Species Conservation Habitat Project to help him understand that actually things are beginning to take shape at the Salton Sea. Our partnerships with local groups, communities, community-based organizations is never been more important, and you'll hear more about our ongoing progress to engage communities more in what the sea should be in the future and how we can support those communities. Tribal consultations and tribal engagement and leadership, never more important than they have been. So we're putting a premium on investing in those working relationships as well. And then lastly, I'll just say, this is a group effort, and Chair Esquivel, I really want to thank your staff, both for holding us accountable, but really rolling up sleeves with us and getting out at the sea and understanding what's happening. There is so much progress happening, but as I always say, with so much more work ahead. Thank you so much for letting me frame up our discussion here today.
Thank you, Secretary. That personal involvement really makes the difference, and you can see it. I know for many of us, the challenges down at the sea are certainly generational, and the lack of progress for a good amount of time, a lot to overcome. I think there's fundamental tensions and complexities here, as you know, but that engagement has really helped those tensions. And I think, speaking honestly to the fact that there is progress, there are things for folks to really have faith in, and at the same time acknowledge that we aren't where we are, is part of that. And I really appreciate that honest handling of what I know can be a lot of frustration out in the community around the history here. But your personal involvement, the governor's personal commitments to this work has made the difference. And we see that in just the staffing, the programs that over the last years are there. The real work that it takes to permit, to get the projects into the ground. There's just so much more going on than there was 5, 6, 7 years ago when the Salton Sea Task Force first really came and brought together some commitments, and this board adopted the stipulated order. So really appreciate your commitment. It has been making a difference, and I look forward to what I know will be a lot further discussion here on those complexities between the pressures on the Colorado River, other industries developing out here like lithium, and then the way that all serves to interact and create the lived experience that so many folks out here are depending on having improvement around. And I just want to acknowledge and thank as well the focus on the North Shore community in Bombay Beach. Those closest to the sea and most impacted should be starting to see the benefits as well of all this great coordination. So just can't thank you enough.
Chair Esquivel, can I mention one more thing?
Of course, please.
I get passionate on this topic, and then I tend to ignore the notes that have been provided for me to ensure that I raise all the subjects. I did want to give a breaking update, and that is regarding the budget. As you know, Chair, we in California are now working to close a budget deficit. So California tax receipts have reduced compared to the previous year. And so essentially we're working to fill a budget gap. Part of that is shifting some of our planned investments into a general obligation bond that the governor and the legislature are committed to putting on in 2024. It's oftentimes talked about as a climate bond. Last week, the governor's released a May revision of his proposed budget that he introduced back in January. This essentially accounts for changes in our fiscal situation since January. We've had to close an additional at least over $10 billion of additional cuts. And so as a result, we're proposing to shift $169 million of funding that was planned for the Salton Sea into that climate bond. Again, a bond that the governor and the legislature are committed to putting on the ballot. I just wanted to raise that because I didn't want you to think that I had, deliberately omitted that. That obviously then shifts the time at which that funding could be used. As you'll hear from our colleagues, we remain confident that we have the funding needed to advance projects and planning that we're anticipating. But as we know, we need to continue to secure more state and federal funding year over year, really through the next decade to do the stabilization work that we need. So I just wanted to give you that sort of just-in-time budget update.
I really appreciate that. I think it's important to make sure and touch on that, especially, and I'm sure we will definitely have further discussion around it, but to make sure folks are really understanding those recent movements on the budget, and that it isn't a lack of commitment ultimately here, but just being able to accommodate for what we know are very difficult circumstances on the budget. So thank you for that. Okay. Now would like to look over to see if we have any elected officials currently. It doesn't look like on the signed up to speak, so appreciate that. It means we can then move on to State Water Board staff presentation. Want to look over to Stephanie Hollistage.
Hi, everyone.
You may need to move the mic a little closer. Thank you, Stephanie.
There we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Holstage. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the State Water Board and the oversight lead for the Salton Sea Management Program. Go to the next slide, please. Just a brief overview of what I'll be covering in my presentation. So beginning with some current conditions at the Salton Sea, background of board actions, the stipulated order, CNRA's annual report and long-range plan, written comments received for this workshop, and then lastly, the workshop agenda for the next 2 days. Next slide. So just beginning with a brief overview of some of the current conditions at the sea. The current elevation of the sea is around 239.7 feet below mean sea level. Between the current water elevation in comparison to the elevation in 2003, there's been a drop of about 10.8 feet. The chart on the left provides a visual demonstrating the consistent decline in water surface elevation over time, or from 2003 to present. And then the estimated amount of exposed playa is around 17,400 acres or 27 square miles, which is shown in the graphic on the right. Next slide. This slide shows some of the history and State Water Board's involvement in the Salton Sea over time. Beginning in 2002, with the State Water Board approving a long-term water transfer of conserved agricultural water from the Imperial Irrigation District to San Diego County Water Authority, Coachella Valley Water District, and Metropolitan Water District of Southern California for a 45-year transfer with an option for an additional 30-year renewal period. The long-term transfer was revised shortly after it was approved to require IID to supply 15 years of mitigation water to the Salton Sea in order to maintain the salinity levels while a regional solution was developed to address public health and environmental concerns. IID had filed the petition for a long-term water transfer to in anticipation of the Quantification Settlement Agreement, or what we call the QSA. In order to stay within California's allocation of California river water, California's Colorado River water users created and then finalized the QSA in 2003. The QSA is a collection of agreements intended to settle disputes over Colorado River use within California. The QSA allowed for the long-term water transfer of conserved water from IID to urban use, and it also prompted the state to undertake the restoration and mitigation efforts at the sea. In November 2014, IID filed a petition with the State Water Board seeking modification of the long-term transfer order since the 15-year mitigation water period was coming to an end, and there was no plan or solution yet in place to address the decreasing water levels and restoration of the sea. Following IID's petition in 2015, the Salton Sea Task Force was created and included members from the Governor's Office, California Natural Resources Agency, and the State Water Board, among others. As part of this task force, the board monitored and assessed progress on the implementation of the Salton Sea Management Program, and multiple workshops were held between 2015 and 2017. In March 2017, IID filed a motion with the State Water Board, which prompted a draft stipulated order to be developed for consideration. As a result, the board adopted an order, which is usually referred to as a stipulated order, which amended the long-term transfer to include specific annual acreage milestones to address public health and environmental concerns. This also created other requirements, such as an annual report and the State Water Board workshops, the first of which was in 2019. Next slide. Moving on to some more detail on some of the relevant conditions of the stipulated order. Condition 24 of the stipulated order includes annual acreage milestones for habitat and dust suppression projects during the 10 years of phase 1. Both the table and the graphic here demonstrate the annual milestones from 2018 to 2028, as well as the cumulative totals. As shown in the blue text in the table for 2022, the milestone was 1,750 acres, with the cumulative total up to this point of 8,750 acres. The cumulative total of all the annual milestones set forth in this condition will be 29,800 acres by the end of 2028. Additionally, condition 25 of the order requires that no less than 50% of the acreage totals provide habitat benefits for fish and wildlife species that depend on the Salton Sea. Next slide. Condition 26 of the stipulated order is relating to the long-range plan, and it states that CNRA will develop subsequent 10-year phases of the SSMP and will also complete a long-term plan by no later than December 31st, 2022. CNRA publicly released their long-range plan on December 16th, 2022, and it's available online via CNRA's Salton Sea webpage, and we'll be hearing more about the long-range plan and next steps later on in this workshop. Next slide. The stipulated order also added condition 28 to the water transfer order, which is the reason that we're all here today. The State Water Board, as part of its oversight role, was selected to hold these annual public workshops to provide transparency and provide a public forum for interested parties to provide input on the progress of the Salton Sea Management Program and the state's efforts at the sea. The order states that the workshop and annual progress report must be completed by March 31st of each year. However, the 2020 annual workshop was delayed until August due to the pandemic, and the previous 2 years of workshops and this year's workshop were delayed to allow sufficient time for review of the CNRA's annual report by the public and staff, as well as to allow for more meaningful engagement ahead of the workshop, including Spanish translation of workshop materials. Next slide. Condition 28 of the order also requires a progress report be submitted by CNRA to the State Water Board, which needs to cover the 6 topics listed on this slide, which include projects and milestones completed in the previous year, the acreage of completed projects for dust suppression and habitat restoration, upcoming projects to be completed and milestones to be achieved prior to the next annual progress report, the status of financial resources and permits that have not been secured for future projects, any anticipated departures from the dates and acreages, as well as progress on the long-range plan. Next slide. CNRA submitted their annual report to the State Water Board on March 22nd, 2023, ahead of the annual end of March deadline set forth in the order. The report was released publicly in both English and Spanish. The annual report at a minimum must include information relating to the 6 topics I mentioned in the previous slide, and CNRA also provided information related to project delivery, planning, partnerships, and community engagement that occurred throughout 2022, as well as next steps in phase 1 of the SSMP. This table on the right shows the date of release of the annual report throughout the years, as well as the current yearly acreage milestones and restoration implemented. CNRA has acknowledged that they're behind on their acreage milestones and they hope to catch up by 2025. For 2022, CNRA listed 290 acres of projects in their annual report. And CNRA will provide additional information on their annual report in their presentation, which is following my presentation. Next slide. As part of this workshop, written comments were solicited and were due by May 2nd. There were a total of 5 comment letters that were submitted for today's workshop. The written comments received are listed on the State Water Board's website and are publicly available by request. Next slide. Here's just a brief overview of today and tomorrow's workshop agenda. Today, the workshop will go from noon until around 4 p.m. Following my presentation, there will be a presentation from CNRA to provide their update on phase 1 of the Salton Sea Management Program. After that, we will have panels on hydrology and the Colorado River drought and habitat and wildlife. And then following that, we'll have a presentation on the monitoring implementation plan and public comments. Tomorrow's agenda includes this presentation again, and then a presentation on the community needs strategy, followed by panels on air quality and public health, water quality, and community voices and projects. Following that, we'll have presentations on a recap of the long-range plan and the feasibility study process, and there will be 2 opportunities for public comment in tomorrow's workshop. Next slide. And that's it, and there's my contact information if anyone would like to reach out to me or has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Next, we can move on to the California Natural Resources Agency presentation, be provided by Samantha Arthur. And just want to acknowledge, as Secretary Crowfoot did, Samantha Arthur's recent appointment. Samantha is now our 3rd Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea Policy, and again, at a time when things are really ramping up. So really appreciate her taking on that role and the leadership here and opportunities in the time ahead. Give everyone a moment to transition. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair Esquivel, and good afternoon, board members. Thank you for having us. I'm Samantha Arthur, Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea Policy at the California Natural Resources Agency. Our Salton Sea Management Program team is here today to provide an update on the state's activities under the Phase 1 10-year plan for the Salton Sea. Here with me today is Mario Llanos, Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Salton Sea at the California Natural Resources Agency, Vivian Maisanu, Program Manager at the Department of Water Resources, Miguel Hernandez, Public Affairs Officer at the California Natural Resources Agency, and James Newcomb, Assistant Deputy Director at the Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. We appreciate the State Board's important oversight role of the Salton Sea's management program, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here today to give the public an update on the program's activities over the past year. We're excited to share the progress that's been made over the past year, which is really a reflection of the Governor and Secretary Crowfoot's prioritization of the Salton Sea. But we also want to recognize there's a lot of work ahead of us and more needs to be done to catch up to the targets set by the stipulated order. Our presentation today will give an overview of the Salton Sea Management Program, our project delivery actions in 2022, partnerships and community engagement activities, and planning efforts. Next slide. And next slide. The Salton Sea Management Program is a 3-agency effort on the part of the California Natural Resources Agency, Department of Water Resources, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our agencies are working to advance projects at the Salton Sea to improve air quality and to provide critical environmental habitat, as well as plan for a long-term future for the Salton Sea. Next slide. Overall, we are committed to constructing nearly 30,000 acres of habitat and dust suppression projects through 2028 through our Salton Sea 10-year plan. And the key outcomes that I want to highlight that we'll discuss in more detail are that nearly 6,000 acres of project work are now underway, and an additional 8,000 acres of projects will be planned for implementation by 2024. A key accomplishment from this past year that we'll also discuss is that a draft long-range plan was developed to provide a vision beyond the 10-year plan. Next slide. So I want to underscore the key priorities that we also have going forward, and that's really to drive implementation of the Phase 1 plan and meet those acreage goals, and to work closely with federal partners and the Salton Sea Authority to develop and complete the Imperial Streams, Salton Sea, and Tributaries feasibility study, which will identify actions for long-term restoration at the sea. And as a foundation to all of our work, we need to keep strengthening partnerships and working to institutionalize community engagement. I'll pass it now to Mario.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Esquivel, and members of this board for the opportunity to speak. This that you see here is the cover of our 2023 SSMP annual report. It's released in the first quarter of the calendar year to give an update on the previous year's achievements from the SSMP. The annual report is an update on the SSMP's progress around milestones completed, partnerships, outreach and engagement, ongoing projects, and completed acres, upcoming projects, status of financial resources, and departures from targeted acreages and plans to address those efficiencies. The report can be found on the SSMP website at saltonsea.ca.gov in both English and Spanish. And for those in attendance, we do have those copies in English and Spanish right outside in the area in the back here. Next slide, please. So on this side, I briefly wanted to state the challenges we face at the Salton Sea. The Salton Sea is a terminal lake with no outlet and has relied on inflows mostly from agricultural runoff. The Salton Sea is almost twice the salinity of the Pacific Ocean. Inflows to the sea have diminished due to water transfers and water conservation measures. This has led to a shrinking sea, resulting in exposed playa, which may affect air quality and public health for surrounding communities. In addition, habitat values are being lost, especially for fish and migratory birds on the Pacific Flyway. The SSMP restoration efforts are aimed to help alleviate some of those challenges. However, severe drought conditions and water availability are a major concern. Next slide, please. So one important driver for the SSMP to implement projects remains land access. The state owns very little land in and around the sea, so we're very reliant on temporary land access to inform design and long-term easements to build and maintain projects. The SSMP has recently demonstrated a rapid turnaround in implementing projects once we receive access. This is evident in our development of the SCH project and our veg enhancement projects kicking off in 2022. Recognizing the critical role of land access and timely project delivery as part of the December 2022 Salton Sea Commitment Agreement from the U.S. Department of Interior to address the long-running drought on the Colorado River, CNRA, Imperial Irrigation District, and Coachella Valley Water District agreed to establish accelerated programmatic land access agreements to enable the SSMP and their partners to implement projects. Progress with these key landowners to develop programmatic land access has been made this year, and these agreements are imminent. Next slide. And this here is just a map taken from our draft environmental assessment of our phase 1 10-year plan. This map illustrates the wide range of activities currently being undertaken by the SSMP and its partners towards implementation of projects at the sea. My colleague Vivian will go into further detail on these projects. Next slide. And this slide, I believe, is just one in Spanish. Next slide, please. And I will turn it over to my colleague Vivian Maisonneuve. Thank you.
Thank you, member of the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you for having us. So I'll be talking about the project under the SSMP and give you a quick update. Next slide, please. So first, the Species Conservation Habitat, or SCH. So that's the state first large-scale project of the Salton Sea. It represents 41 acres of area that will be flooded with a network of ponds to provide habitat for fish and birds, specifically for fishing birds primarily. This area was chosen because it's a southern area that will experience the first and earliest lakebed exposure, given its shallow depth. Next, please. So let's go back a little bit on how we got there. The state awarded the contract to Kiewit Infrastructure West Company in September of 2020. The construction started shortly after in January of 2021, and since then, major construction has been completed. It's on schedule to be done by the end of 2023, and the dust suppression is also maintained during the project construction. So again, this is the first large-scale project implemented at the Salton Sea by the state. It definitely presented many challenges that we were able to overcome over the years. But at the end, we'll be very proud of this project once done. Next, please. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the features of the SCH specifically. So the SCH, again, is a series of ponds that has several islands in it. Those islands will serve as habitat for the birds, whether for roosting or for nesting. And those ponds will also have a certain salinity. The salinity will be achieved by mixing water from the Salton Sea and diverting water from the New River. On the north part of this project, we have a dredge channel that connects to a pump station that takes the water from the Salton Sea into the project, where it's going to be mixed at our mixing basins and sedimentation basins. On the right of this PowerPoint here, we have the construction of the pump station, and the other picture is intermediate construction of our diversion system. So to give you an idea of the scale of this project, it's about 5 miles long and 2 miles wide. It will be diverting about 76,000 acre-feet a year of water in order to maintain that habitat on 4,100 acre of ponds. One of the interesting characteristics of this project is that it will be diverting the water with gravity from the New River. We've also already constructed about 20 acres of pupfish habitat through the interception ditch at the southern end of the project. Another area of interest that I'd like to point out is our viewpoint that will be made available once construction is completed. Next, please. So we have a picture here of our causeway where our pump station is located at the end. It's about a mile out at sea. So at the end of this causeway and of the pump station, we have a dredge channel that goes about 4 miles out into the sea. The reason for that is today, the Salton Sea is about minus 237 or 238 feet under main sea elevation. And we've built this dredge channel at a depth of -258. This will allow us to maintain this project for at least another 35 years as the sea is receding and still being able to pump the water. At the moment also, we had a need to mix this water with the Salton Sea water and New River water because the sea is currently inhabitable for most species of fish that the birds relied on. It's around 74 ppt at the moment, or parts per thousand. To give you an idea, the ocean varies between 35 and 40 ppt. I would like to point out also that before we started this project, we have significant challenges to overcome, and this one specifically being the main one. We didn't know if we were able to achieve construction in the wet, and I was very proud to report that our team of builder and designer with Kiewit and Knight Piesel were able to achieve that. So that bodes very well for the long-range plan. If we ever plan to build more projects at sea, we know now it is possible. Now we go through a very delicate process of choosing a material, handling it carefully in order to compact it and achieve this type of structure. So it seems like it's just moving dirt around, but it is actually fairly complicated and took us a while to figure it out. Next, please.
Vivian, I don't mean to interrupt, but just a quick question. When you all were out there in the sea, and it's really great to hear that in the wet, you're able to do work because I think it'll help advance a lot of this, but there is often, I know from community members and others, concern around what is actually within the soils down at the sea. So as you were doing construction, what sort of testing was done on some of that, if there was, just trying to think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Points of information that people can like have confidence then, because there's this activity happening. It's helping better characterize, what are the sediment layers, et cetera, that we're finding.
Yeah, absolutely. So for us, it's about the structure of the soil mostly. Sorry. So looking at the clay content, the sand content, whether or not it's a compactable type of soil, that's what we're looking at. Before started this process, we did do some testing for the soil and what was in it, because we'll have people around, our own employees around. So we want to make sure that it was not something that would be, bad for their health, basically. So Kiewit also has an industrial hygienist that makes sure that people are not exposed to dust and that kind of chemicals. When we looked at and I'm sure it varies probably around the sea, but the area that we tested did found some trace elements of old chemicals that were used before they were prohibited, but we didn't find anything to a level that would be cause for concern at the moment. But I'd like to also make sure that people understand, because you have one component at a very low level somewhere, doesn't mean that it doesn't accumulate with your own exposure somewhere else of what you do. So there's a cumulative effect that you cannot ignore. I would say that any level of bad chemicals is not good. That's what it is. But we didn't see anything there that would be cause for concern.
I appreciate that, and know that that's not a comprehensive then study, and it's a big lake, and there's a body of water, and there's a lot of places that the composition, as you say, could be very different. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
It's helpful for folks to understand the type of work going on.
Yeah, fortunately, other universities also are studying, and we're really looking forward for those results to see how we can better manage our project as well.
Thanks so much, Vivian. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, so 2 seconds ago, I showed you where we were pumping our Salton Sea water, and then it gets to the new river diversion structure. So that structure is an element of the project that allows us to mix the Salton Sea water and the New River water to achieve desired salinity. It also controls the discharge as well as the elevation of the ponds. I'd like to note as well that this is a flood structure that allows to pass major flood events without affecting surrounding areas because, well, it's a very significant structure that was completed actually back in February of this year. So thank you. Next slide. And there it is, completed back in February. So the elevation is still very low because we had not yet commissioned this area. You can still see a backhoe working at the foreground, the background, to open up the river back to its original bed. And we're thinking that this year we'll commission this area, water will start to make its way through the sedimentation pond, the mixing basin, then distribution towards the different ponds. I'd like to point out also in this picture, unfortunately, before there is water, there is not a lot to see. You can barely see the sea from this area, but that represents the entire, a big part of the project. Water will basically almost be touching from the habitat, the sea that you see all the way in a background. So really hard to also wrap your brain around this project until you go visit it, actually. Next, please. All right, so other component of this project that are important are the islands. So we have an island on the left, that's a nesting island. There's also a scraper on it, so you can see it's something very large. And we also have a construction on the berm, ongoing construction on the berm on the right end of this slide. Next, please. So that was for the SCH project that's ongoing, project that's about to be completed. And now I'd like to talk about the vegetation enhancement projects. So the goal of this project is to suppress dust in exposed lakebed areas around the Salton Sea through native vegetation establishments and enhancement of existing vegetation stands. So the picture on the right shows you what we're achieving. We had some planting occurring there and also some engineering roughness by a placement of hay bales. I'll go more in details in the next slides. So the projects that I'd like to discuss here are the clubhouse with 400 acres, Tule Wash, 1,215 acres, and the West Bombay Beach with 19 acres. So those areas were chosen because of they're pretty emissive areas and also close to the communities. So those would be the most impacts that we could provide currently for improvement of air quality. Next slide, please. So I was saying we will concentrate first phase on engineering roughness, which is the placement of bales to reduce wind fetch. And I'll go more in details in the next slide on what exactly and how this works. So those grass bales, by means of placing them, will be the first step of development of the dust suppression project at these sites. And those bales have been demonstrated to reduce emission by 95%. So clubhouse, where we actually currently have our air monitors, were able to show significant reduction in dust emission from those sites. And just also going to the restaurants around Johnson Landing, the owner even told me that, yeah, that actually works pretty well, and they see a lot of less dust around the area. So we were able to measure it, but we're also able to have people telling us about it. So the first phase will be followed by planting and installation of irrigation. And so right now we've achieved the first phase, and now we actually deploying the second phase. The hope here is to have establishment of the vegetation, and that would, just like the one that's already existing, would have a natural recruitment, but persist longer because being protected by the hay bales, and one big enough will be able to sustain themselves and have a natural recruitment. So just want to mention that in order to achieve this project, we've collected local seeds, work with nurseries to select specific plants that are drought resistant, but also resistant to the salinity in the soil currently present. And trying to also minimize our impact on the native plants that are already there. So those were parameters that were very important to us, and I think so far we're able to achieve it. Next slide, please. So in concept, what we've achieved, as I mentioned, 95% of dust emission on those sites. The concept is the engineering roughness provided by the bells will allow us to reduce the wind fetch, or the velocity of the wind, which prevent the wind from picking up the dust from the soil, but also protecting emerging plants and protecting the plants that are already there. That would increase the survival rates of those plants, because at the end of the day, our goal is to cover this area with 30% of vegetation, so that it's self-sustained without the engineering roughness. Next slide, please. So here we can see our contractors planting part of the phase 2, and you can see also some existing strands on the site that we are protecting or preserving and planting around. Next, please. So those were the ongoing projects, and now I would like to speak about the planned projects. So the first, we have the SCH expansion projects, which would be the exact same project as the current SCH, but just bigger around the SCH. We're looking at about 7,000 acres of aquatic habitat. And like all those projects, we're looking how to best implement them in the near future to meet our goals under the stipulated order. We also have in planning the North Lake project. So we differentiate the North Lake project or Full Lake from the North Lake demonstration project led by the Salton Sea Authority. This project is, we're planning anyway, we haven't done any surveys, and so there's still a lot of unknowns. Be roughly 1,600 acres. We also have the San Felipe Fan project, which is about 660 acres. Working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife on all those projects, of course, but this one will be specifically on the Wister Unit Marsh Bird Habitat Restoration Project, is 150 acres. And also the SCH vegetation project at the south end of the SCH, which is about 600 acres. We also are partnering with other entities on collaborative project and provide support to them. So we have the Audubon Bombay Beach Wetland Enhancement Project at 832 acres. The North Lake Pilot Project Demonstration Project, like I mentioned earlier, about 160 acres. And the Desert Shores Channel Restoration Project at about 30 acres. Of course, all those projects are for the near term, but they hinge, of course, on budget availability and access. Next, please. So quickly about the Audubon Bombay Beach Wetland Enhancement Project, of course, in coordination with Audubon, is located adjacent to the Bombay Beach community. The project aims at stabilizing and preserve and enhance existing vegetation. Really great project where the features that are already existing are basically being preserved. And if you have the chance to go to this area, you'll see a very incredible wildlife and really beautiful wetlands. So it is also the first to receive a CEQA statutory exemption for restoration projects. And a few key steps would be to secure additional funding for it, develop design and land access agreements, and also permitting. We've already initiated the permitting. So just a couple notes on the design. We've worked with Audubon on the design, and it's already pretty well advanced, but we still need to do some additional work. All right, next, please. The North Lake Pilot Demonstration Project. So this project is about 160 acres. It's in partnership with the Salton Sea Authority and Riverside County. This project will create both shallow and deep water habitat near the North Shore Yacht Club Community Center. So the Salton Sea Authority and the County of Riverside signed a 2-year agreement with Dudek, a consultant firm for which Dudek will actually provide design services and help with surveys and what's needed basically around the construction and guide the whole projects in general. So water supply analysis was completed, initial land access was obtained, and survey work have already begun. So surveys include topographic survey, like all those projects, of course, natural resources surveys, cultural surveys, and basically knowing exactly what we're going after and what's on the land. To note that this project received $19.25 million from the state of California. And this project hopefully would plan for construction in 2024. Next, please. So the next project here is a Desert Shores Channel Restoration Project, about 30 acres, in collaboration with Imperial County, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and the Salton Sea Authority. It's located adjacent to the Desert Shores community in a marina that has become disconnected from the sea. So as you can see on that picture here, it's better than on mine. The marina got disconnected from the sea as the sea is receding. As you heard, the sea has receded about 10 feet since 2003. The project will refill 5 southernmost boat channels in the Desert Shores Marina. Key steps for this project include Salton Sea to hire a consultant to develop the project, Salton Sea Authority, I'm sorry, gain site control, and complete the permitting process. So next, please. I would like to talk about some significant effort at the Salton Sea led by partner organizations. We have the QSA project led by IIT, and hoping to hear more about it during those coming days. The Torres Martinez Wetland and Vegetation Project, and the New River Improvement Project with the City of Calexico, for which we provide funding, and the Middle Salt Creek Tamarisk Removal Project led by the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens. And thank you, that's all for the project under the SSMP program. I'll pass it on to Miguel.
Thank you, Vivian. Yes, and thank you, members of the board, Chair Esquivel, for the opportunity to provide this update on partnerships and community engagement. First, I'd like to state that, as you might have heard throughout this conversation and the initial phase of this workshop, the SSMP does not work alone. In fact, the program would not function if we were to work alone. We're 3 agencies working together, and we have a really active collaboration among different partners. So I'll talk a little bit more about that, as well as community engagement and how we are prioritizing and, in fact, encouraging community participation throughout the SSMP processes that we got going on and our projects, of course. Next slide. So here's a list that perhaps falls short on everybody that participates and partakes at the Salton Sea Management Program. Like I mentioned, collaboration is key in order to achieve success for the program and be able to achieve the milestones that we need to hit for those stipulated water orders. So here's again a short list of all the partners. We're missing a ton of names from community members that have been actively engaged in participating in our processes through the 10-year plan projects, the drafting of the long-range plan, the community needs strategy, and just participating at events just like this one here today. And of course, partnerships with tribal communities are key to be able to achieve this progress and continue to make more progress and catch up to our deliverables, of course. So timely and meaningful engagement with Salton Sea partners and the public, it's important to not only develop the projects, but also help the Salton Sea Management Program shape on how the projects could look like, and hear from the community members what are their concerns, what is important to them, and what should the program be paying attention to, so we can incorporate that feedback to the extent that we can into our project. The Salton Sea Management Program, it's dedicated to public engagement. It has increased opportunities to solicit stakeholder input throughout the process. Last year, it was a huge effort for the development of the long-range plan. So we held multiple meetings throughout the year. If we can hit the next slide, you'll see a schedule. All the orange dots that you see there reflect the amount of public meetings that we had throughout 2022. Community meetings where we provided updates through our for progress on our projects, progress on the drafting of the long-range plan, the engagement committee that helps us not only get the word out on getting together or having public meetings, but also informing communities on how our projects are looking like, and also how they can be involved into our processes and help us shape our projects. Just to mention that the long-range plan committee met every other month, and there were times that they had 2 or 3 meetings within the same month. So that's definitely a heavy lift for everybody, not only the SSMP, but also our partners, and most importantly for community members. Just multiple meetings right after the other one. And we appreciate the involvement and the engagement throughout this process. So 2023 actually kind of looks similar. There's a lot going on now with the feasibility study kicking off. So we look forward to having multiple opportunities for community members to continue to be involved in our processes. Next slide, please. Here's a picture actually at one of our trailers at the Species Conservation Habitat Project, which my colleague Vivian just spoke about. And this is particularly with State Water Resources Control Board. The Regional Water Quality Control Board. To mention updates and current progress at SEH, we're able to have conversations not only with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, but also different groups, NGOs, CBOs that we're able to bring together through multiple tours throughout 2022 for them to see firsthand what the progress is looking like throughout the year at SEH. So also getting together with groups like this allows us to continue to build that partnership, allows us to continue collaborating and identify areas of opportunities so we can get the progress going and continue to move forward as it's been moving along in such a fast manner for the SEH particularly. Next slide, please. And I'll shift a little bit to a specific document that was also under development and continues to be under development, the Community Needs Strategy. This was a work undertaken by the contractor Better Work Group prior to 2022 with multiple interviews and reviews of existing materials and feedback that we've heard throughout the years. This particular document identifies needs of the Salton Sea region, not only specific to restoration efforts. It actually started as of how we can incorporate community feedback into our projects, but actually the strategy on its own and how we were approaching communities and different groups led to a bigger approach of this document being drafted. Also acknowledging that there is a scope or obligations for the SSMP that we have to meet first, but also recognizing and daylighting or highlighting some of those broader needs that are prioritized or being prioritized by communities. So this document and has been developed by community input and their expertise. Also, multiple tribal groups have been able to engage in this process, and we continue to engage with them. It's still being drafted. Some of the needs identified to date include, of course, enhancing tribal partnerships and consultation, equitable outdoor access, public health, workforce and economic development, climate resilience, transportation, and broadband access. So just to taking back or just mentioning again that some of this you might not fall within the SSMP scope, but definitely a need for the region. For example, broadband. I mean, we're hosting this hybrid meeting, and there's a need for good, reliable, stable internet connection to be able to have community members join our meetings. So that's of concern, and we, as a SSMP team, we want to bring that to the light as a concern that's been raised through this process or the collection of feedback for the community needs strategy. Next slide, please. I'll talk a little bit of how this work has come to date. Again, reiterate that it's still under development, and also mention that this will be coming out soon for public review and public comment. Hopefully during the summer, we'll have a good draft to share with you all and get your feedback on. But just to mention quickly how this document has come to its current iteration. Of course, it's been informed by community lived experience and expertise. We were able to connect with our partners with Concurrent Design Initiative, KDI, and also with IV Equity and Justice Coalition here in the room to engage on grassroots strategies with community to collect that feedback. And not only, you connect directly with communities so we can better shape this document. So again, once it's ready, encourage everyone to take a look at it. There's definitely a lot more opportunities to continue to chime into this particular document, and you'll be hearing more about that in the coming months. And that concludes my presentation. I'll pass it on to my colleague, James.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'll just say for time purposes, I have about a few minutes to go over some planning slides, and then I'll hand it over to Sammy to close us out. So, 2022 and 2023 are very important years for planning purposes for our program. The planning I'm going to cover encompasses the 10-year plan, environmental assessment, as well as the long-range plan, and then following with the monitoring implementation plan. Next slide. The SSMP team has been working with the Corps on a 10-year plan. A draft was published in June of 2022. I want to point out that this environmental assessment covers about 45,000 acres of projects, so it goes beyond what we need to satisfy our phase one obligations. The reason we do that is so that we have flexibility in building out our phase one suite of actions, and so that we can eliminate any potential hurdles as we have to change our game plan in implementing the phase one actions. And so this essentially allows us to accelerate our environmental review process for any of our phase one actions. We anticipate that this environmental assessment will be finalized this summer. Next slide. Another important plan that kicked off last year, starting in February, was a comprehensive monitoring and implementation plan for the Salton Sea region. Our colleague, Tanya Marshall, who couldn't be here today, helps lead this effort. It's a comprehensive plan that goes beyond the Salton Sea. We will have a comprehensive presentation on this afternoon, so I'll just provide an update that a draft was completed in February of 2022. It then went out to a public workshop, and we had extensive public feedback, and then had been working through various monitoring implementation plan work groups to incorporate that feedback. We also reestablished a science committee that's once existed to inform the monitoring implementation plan. That plan is now finalized. It's available in English and Spanish. It's housed on our Salton Sea webpage. It's a living document that we intend to update in the future to respond to changing needs. And we use this plan to guide our monitoring for our projects. Next slide. So last year, we really began to invest in the longer term planning needs for Salton Sea with really extensive support. And I see some of the members from the Long Range Plan Committee in the room. Thank you for all your support over the past year. That support came from tribal leaders, several community-based organizations, local, state, and federal representatives. We were able to put together a draft long-range plan with a focus of thinking about ways to solve some of the longer-term challenges facing the Salton Sea beyond our phase one actions. This plan, of course, is a direct response to our phase two requirement and to have a plan by December of 2022. So we did provide a draft plan, and we're currently working on incorporating extensive public feedback into that plan, and we'll finalize that plan this summer. Next slide. I do want to point out this will just be a sort of a cursory update on the long-range plan, and thank you for the time that I have tomorrow to do a deeper dive. I look forward to doing that. For this summary update, I'll just share that we set our planning objectives to align with the Water Board order, but also relevant Fish and Game Code. And those goals and objectives are to protect or improve air quality, water quality, and wildlife habitat, to prevent or reduce health and environmental consequences anticipated from the long-term recession of Salton Sea. And in linking to that overarching goal, our goals are to protect or improve air quality, protect or improve water quality, and then creating enough aquatic habitat to achieve historic levels and diversity of fish and wildlife. And like I mentioned, next steps on that plan include incorporating public feedback, finalizing the plan this summer, and then evaluating many of the elements within that long-range plan in a feasibility study with the Army Corps. Next slide. And so one thing that became apparent throughout the course of that planning, that in order to achieve those goals, is that it's going to require significant investment and will also need to be coordinated from the local level all the way through high-ranking federal officials. I want to thank the Army Corps and the Salton Sea Authority for being a partner to the SSMP. Through this partnership, we've signed a cost share agreement, and that was signed in December of last year. And that cost share agreement is essentially to pay for a 3-year feasibility study review. That feasibility study review will also serve as the environmental review process, so that we'll be accomplishing our CEQA purposes for the long-range plan. I'll stop there, and then I'll hand it over to Sammy to cover funding and next steps for our program.
Okay, next slide. Okay, last couple of comments here. Secretary Crowfoot covered a lot of this information in his introductory remarks, but I'll restate a couple of those items. The state budget from the January proposed budget to the May proposed budget is facing an additional $9 billion deficit. So there's significant uncertainty and some downward trends in the general fund, but we're committed to designating resources through a bond and with federal funding. In that revised budget, we identified $169 million in Salton Sea funding that would be a good match for a future bond, the climate resilience bond that Secretary Crowfoot mentioned. And our focus is really to utilize federal funding to accelerate implementation projects at the Salton Sea. The additional resources that Secretary Crowfoot mentioned are the commitment from Department of Interior contingent upon water conservation measures for an additional $222 million to accelerate and advance projects at the Salton Sea, and the near-term funding of $20 million that is already being moved forward. And then we also just wanted to mention Senate Bill 125 that recently passed, and it has an excise tax on lithium extraction, with a portion of that going to Salton Sea restoration activities in the future. Next slide. So I just want to touch briefly in looking ahead and what our game plan is for the year to come. So we're focused on completing the phase 1 10-year plan projects that are in progress now, and advancing dust suppression activities with really a focus on improving those air quality conditions through our projects. Working with the Corps and other cooperating agencies to finalize environmental assessment document that will establish a process to start developing full projects for the phase 1 10-year plan. And then a major focus of ours will be to continue to work with landowners to expedite and develop programmatic land access agreements, and then continue to support the Corps on Salton Sea feasibility study. So we'll stop there, and really looking forward to questions from board members, and just want to say that we appreciate this opportunity to provide an update, and we'll be here for the full 2 days, and are really looking forward to both your questions, but also the feedback from community, comments from residents and from partners, to hear from you all and learn from you all as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the great overview. I know there's a lot going on here all across the sea, and again, I appreciate that what we have in the pipeline and a commitment to catch up to those acreage targets by 2025 is here in the offing. And I think that just really appreciate. I know a lot of good work that's been going on, and it shows within the detail here. I think one question and maybe worth just kind of better understanding. I know in last year's report, the 2022 numbers were kind of revised a little for this year. Just wondering what projects those were, and just so that folks that were tracking the numbers and seeing a change in one of the previous year's acreage targets, kind of able to explain that a little.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for that question. James, go ahead.
Yeah, so I first want to acknowledge that we have changed the way that we have been reporting acreage. One of the confusing elements for us has been, how do we report that when we have projects under construction, that we have a dust suppression plan, and that those projects are actively being contributing towards our dust suppression goals. And so we've shifted the 15,000 acres of dust suppression we're to align with our CNRA mission is to build out habitat. And so it takes more time to build out that habitat, but moving forward, for clarity, we are going to break out the difference between vegetated habitat, completed aquatic habitat, and then interim dust suppression work to have a more comprehensive overview. And then I also want to address the confusing element for planned versus completed, because it's not readily apparent in talking to folks, and we can totally see why. Completed acres essentially means, for that column, for completed and planned acres. Completed essentially means looking at 2022 and backwards, and planned is work that we plan to have completed looking at 2023 and moving forward.
Thank you. That's helpful. Really appreciate that. Looking to other board members for questions and comments. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and all the good work that you're doing. It really has been a big lift and quite remarkable how much you've achieved in the past year. There's so many things I could ask you about, but I just want to tee off that the clarification on the table and what's been completed versus planned. I think I really appreciate your commitment to clarifying that in the future. I was a bit confused when I read it. So what you just said, breaking it down by habitat versus dust suppression and interim versus permanent projects, is going to really go a long way, I think, to clarifying all this for everyone. I've been on the board for, I think this, I'm not sure,
Thank you, board member. Other board members? Board member Morgan.
Thank you, and I also do appreciate the clarification on the table there. And so just my other question, it really realized, and I appreciate the update and you all being here. The part of the presentation just about the community engagement, and there's a lot of engagement, and I appreciate it. There's a lot of time that the community and stakeholders are providing, and you touched on the piece. It's just about some of the input is directly related to plan. Some is additional and tangential to it, and just wondering, just how are you going to the extent that you can respond now, of just how are you going to just respond to the community, let the community know, which pieces will be moving forward within the long range plan, which pieces are tangential, just providing that feedback and interaction so that it's clear on that the time that is being spent, that it's of value.
I'll start with that and then pass it to you, Miguel. Yeah, first just want to recognize and reiterate what you're saying about the value of people's time, and appreciating folks who have participated in our planning processes, in the community needs strategy. And so I just wanted to thank you for kind of underscoring the importance of targeted feedback that is worth people's time. And I'll pass it to you, Miguel.
Yeah, and I just want to acknowledge that people's time it's invaluable, and would be definitely needed create that feedback loop that people that are participating in our meetings, their time is being well spent, that the team is hearing, and that we are clear what's doable within the SSMP and what's not. I believe a community will be, I guess, our program needs to do a little bit better on reporting back on what has been incorporated and what didn't make it, and what that didn't make it could live elsewhere or could be undertaken elsewhere. And I think that will be key, and it's definitely a priority, so we can create that feedback loop and continue to encourage community participation throughout our processes and make sure that community members feel heard.
And then just a couple of upcoming public feedback opportunities and that I want to highlight. So one is the long range plan. Did the comment period close, or is it still open?
I didn't hear that.
Did the comment period close?
Comment period's closed.
Okay.
I did want to follow with a comment directly on the long range plan.
Okay, so on the draft long range plan, so we produced a draft in December, and then that comment period was open to solicit feedback from folks, and we have some workshops coming up on Thursday. And then we will be releasing a community needs strategy this summer and looking for feedback on that document from interested residents and stakeholders.
And then just quickly, a piece of that community needs strategy was directly related to the long range plan effort in terms of meeting CNRA's equitable outdoor access goals. And so things like hiking trails, marinas, parking areas, shade structures, things of that nature were directly incorporated as elements and the concepts within the long range plan.
And I just want to quickly mention another opportunity for engagement happening this Thursday, led by our federal partners, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as a next steps of the long range plan. Part of their public scoping process, it's actually public comment is currently open until June 6th, I believe. And they have this two upcoming meetings for community to continue to build on the work that happened through the development of the long range plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then just related to that, I just want to know if there are any additional plans for just additional information to be available on your website, whether it's just around just community available data access, just additional website updates, just making data more readily available.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a priority for the program to, of course, enhance how the interaction looks like within our website. But also want to mention that we do have a monthly e-newsletter going out, sharing more about our projects like SCH, Rich Enhancement, upcoming meetings, other partner meetings that are relevant to the Salton Sea. So that's a tool that's been effective to communicate what's happening within the program. But also the team is also looking at ways of enhancing our presence within the community. Actually, within 2022, we were able to participate in partner-led meetings that we were given the space to provide an update or talk about specifics of the long-range plan. So just trying to be a bit more active with community, face-to-face with community interaction.
Okay. Thank you, board member, and thank you for the work and responses. For me, we're amongst underserved communities, and when that happens, there is a lot of need. We think we see that certainly with our drinking water work or other places where it is compounding challenges in our communities here, and being clear as to what is our jurisdiction, what can we accomplish within the program we're there to talk about, and how do we bridge to our sister agencies and do the work of not making it confusing for everyone is just really critical, again, and especially in communities that haven't had this sort of engagement. So I appreciate that discussion and the intentional work, especially around the community needs plan. Thank you. Vice Chair.
I don't want to be repetitive because a lot of the good questions were, already asked, and just want to thank you for the very informative presentation. And I've been on the board for a while, and I'm just really seeing a turning point. Things feel more cohesive, more organized, better communication and collaboration with the agencies, and improved outreach. So thank you very much. I just have one question on the vegetative projects, and a question about tracking and monitoring for success. And how many years do you spend on a project before you determine whether or not it's actually taken root. And then also, I know that I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, but we had some public comment along the lines of just natural revegetation. And so just curious if you are seeing any examples of that around the lake.
Yes, thank you for the question. So as far as success, we're looking at two main criteria. Number one would be air quality. So those exposed area do not have currently vegetation or very little for various reasons. And the second one is to make it permanent. We just started planting. First, we put in the engineering roughness by putting in swales and mostly those grass bales. What those grass bales allow us to do is, again, to allow those plants that we just put in the ground to grow to their full potential so they can actually be on their own without any help and sustain themselves. Those bales will also allow for recruitment. Imagine that if you're a little plant and you have sandblasting at 50 miles an hour, then it's going to be a lot easier if you're protected and if you're exposed to the element. So that's what we're trying also to achieve is making sure that the natural recruitment is much higher, but also protecting what's already in the ground. And that has to do also with the life strategy in the desert. A plant would mostly put its effort into this root system, make sure that it can capture the water before it can really significantly grow. Typically, I'm saying, especially the one we've selected, before they start really growing and what you can see. So we're looking potentially at a 5-year period until the plants are large enough so they can really sustain themselves. And beside that, we are going to monitor those plants through botanists and GIS technicians to make sure that we know that we have success when we plant. We've done some tests, for example, at Bombay, and that didn't work. We thought it would be okay to water with water trucks and other means, but that did not succeed. So we did have there some trials and errors, but we saw that the irrigation method that we implemented at Clubhouse is working really well. And for the second phase, that's probably what we're going to prioritize versus using trucking water onto the land. So that would mean also developing means of access. Some areas are more difficult to access than others. But we are aware that, so keep in mind that there is a natural recruitment, but the Salton Sea is also receding really fast. And for that vegetation to catch up on this lake bed that's constantly being exposed, it's really hard from a natural system to catch up with this very fast-paced changing environment. So that's what we're trying to do is really engineer the solution that really mimics what nature is doing so that it can be sustainable.
That's great. Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
Great. Yeah, thanks so much. And just, I think really exciting momentum. Certainly each year that I've been on the board the last 4 years, I think it's real progress and vision and I think promise for things to come. And I had a couple questions. One is just, and maybe more holistically, stepping back, the reason that we're here today as the Water Board is because of our oversight on the long-term transfers and the fact that those changes impact really third parties and public trust resources, right? And that's why this program exists, is to mitigate that and set, keep all of us accountable for making sure that happens. And just looking forward, I know there will be a whole panel on the long range plan and on hydrology in the Colorado River. But I think just even looking at what's going on in the Colorado River and hydrology in affecting this region in particular, I think the reality is we're gonna see much less water more permanently coming. And I know IID is also grappling with, how it's managing and sort of future of ag water use, and what that means for the sea and communities and public trust resources is it's not just money that can solve that. It's how do we actually get the projects done? How do we make the mitigation actually work if there's no water? And that's been a real challenge. And just, I think we'd all acknowledge we'd like to be a lot further along than we are. So there's been a ton of lessons learned, and I'm really excited about things like the comprehensive land access agreements. It seems like that early on was a really big barrier. And I'm really hopeful that that can accelerate the land access for bringing more scale, especially as we look at having to go beyond the SSMP the first 10 years. And it sounds like some lessons learned on things like irrigation and establishing projects. And, I think you highlighted some of the water drilling wells and sort of water irrigation projects. But I guess I'm interested in both hearing if there's something you wanted to uplift on lessons learned in terms of what's going to help us be successful in the scale that we really need to achieve in the next few years, but also what we're talking about long term in terms of mitigation, in terms of getting projects done, not just I think trying to secure funding, but actually getting the mitigation projects done. And I think specifically related, in addition to lessons learned, is just understanding in addition or related to that, there's land access, but there's also water budgets and operations and maintenance funding. And those are challenging. You can't do operations and maintenance from bond funding, for example. So just what are some of the highlights for setting ourselves up for success?
I don't want to oversimplify this, but I really do think we've started to build momentum, establish key partnerships, and building on those partnerships and keeping the momentum up in terms of acquiring access is our key focus over the next year, as well as maximizing our federal funding. I think progress has been slow on our end getting up to this speed, but I think now we're at the point where we just want to make sure that we're ready to implement when we do get access. And I think we've been demonstrating that over the past couple of years. And so I really think that's the key. As part of that, the Secretary highlighted the commitments memo between Department of Interior and CNRA and other agencies. And there are now, we're in the process of establishing those comprehensive programmatic agreements, and we're making good progress on that front. So I'm encouraged by that effort, and I think it's going to yield accelerated work.
On that, I'd like to add, we came a long way. When we started playing for the first pilot project, the SCH, we were really laser focused on fish eating birds. That's really what we wanted to do, and really mandated to do. I think the interaction with the community to understand what's really most important to them. So something that often opened my eyes whenever I have the chance to interact with the community is what I think it's important is not what they think it's important a lot of times. And so I think when we realign with that is what's going to make a project successful, because it's really in the eye of the beholder. Is like, what do you think is going to bring value to the area? And at the end of the day, it's what the people think is best for them. And second, you mentioned it, it's the flow of money. It has to be constant. And that's something that's going to be really helpful. The administration and the whole thing, I mean, from the governor all the way to our staff, it's just great to see people pushing in one direction. And of course, our partners here at the Salton Sea. And again, at the project level, it is also to make sure that we do not plan something that's going to be hanging high and dry, no pun intended here, but something that really can be sustainable and keep on its own. So that's something we're also very focused on to make sure that we achieve sustainability, but also achieve success at the same time.
Yeah, I'm on. Sorry, that's hard to tell with this microphone. Thanks, that was really helpful. I had two other smaller questions. One is just, I think it's really exciting to hear the efforts that have gone into collecting the community feedback and the study and surveys that you all are developing a report on and getting more feedback on. And just what I heard is that will be used to help inform project development and both in terms of the more immediate SSMP projects, and you have some of that in the long range plan development. But just, you mentioned notes, community access, and I know that's something, for example, where there isn't much in the species conservation habitat program, but you're looking at part of the plans are expanding that project. So are there ways, as using that as an example, where the kinds of community feedback that you are developing in this engagement report may be helpful for driving some of the aspects of the projects coming up?
Yeah, I'll take that. So, I mean, we've heard a lot about how we can, what this started as is a way to integrate, at the time we were calling them amenities into our projects, like trails, a trail system, interpretive panels, a visitors platform with a lookout point. And what we got was just so much more that, really fell out, but we really wanted to capture it and take stock of what's been said just over the years. And at these meetings like these, where people come out and say, look, that's great, but we need this. We need, a bus coming out to Balmy Beach more than once a week. And so we really wanted to uplift that and capture that. And, but also look at where we might implement stuff like a dig once policy and put, when we're building out infrastructure, look where we can add conduit for some future EV station or something. So it's going to highlight some of that stuff. And I think that we're going to be able to identify some synergies between our projects and what the community is saying, but also identify much more out of the scope for future funders and philanthropic organizations that have potential funding down the road.
Great. Yeah, and I think the more that, as you said, communities are able to see and experience projects, and even sort of the more immediate ones that are already in there, it feels like that really starts to build the trust and buy-in and understanding to with what's going on. I think it's exciting. I know you all are bringing some folks on a tour, and I think the more that we can see concrete things, that always builds momentum and trust, and less frustration that things always take longer than I think anyone wants. Okay, last question is really, I know there's an additional panel on the MIP, the Monitoring Implementation Plan, but I know it's, while I have you all here, I wanted to just kind of get an overall sense. That is a really, really necessary and exciting piece of bringing everyone together and looking big picture. What do we need comprehensively to monitor the sea, and bringing together multiple agencies, not just CNRA, but certainly regional water boards and federal agencies. So I'm wondering, what I understood was that there's work on kind of annual plans in terms of what's going to be implemented. It's a more comprehensive plan, but more specifically what's going to be implemented, say, in the next year. And I'm interested if you could give a little sense of that, or if that may be covered in the next panel, but just concretely, how is this, say, in the next year, what are the things from it that you expect to see implemented? And one thing I'll just pull out that was in there that I would love to see us figure out how to collaborate to get for this whole region and all of our agencies is a more comprehensive dashboard where the different pieces of monitoring can be brought together and folks can access that. It's a big project to take on, but so just would love to hear kind of if you can or punt to the future panel on just what are sort of some priority immediate things that we would expect to see in terms of implementing that over the next year.
Yeah, so I won't punt, but I think you'll learn more about that plan in the panel. But I will say that it's currently we're developing a framework for monitoring and using elements from the MIP, and we'll continue to work on that annual working plan, and to help for monitoring for our projects moving forward. But yeah, I mean, it was just published, and we're really looking to take that, develop a framework basically to have that monitoring annual plan. As far as the dashboard, I mean, there is some data, and as we work to consistency for monitoring and pulling this data is hosting it somewhere where it can be accessible to all parties. And we're doing some creative things right now and working on a potential project dashboard where that could potentially be displayed. That's going to have more information about our projects, and we really hope to have more information in the coming months on that. But that could potentially be a place where that's housed, but for sure on our website, or some website where everybody can kind of come in and add to all the data that's being collected on shorebirds, marsh birds, everything, pupfish, and then have that housed in some central location. So we are thinking about that. I don't have an answer at this point of where that would be housed. We've got some great air quality monitoring information from our best impression projects at the site and upwind. And we're pulling that data together and trying to find a place to load all that information.
Yeah.
I'll just say also that the MIP identifies key areas for water quality monitoring, and so DWR is going to start that work this June around the New River, Alamo River, and Whitewater. It's discrete water sampling, but still informative, and will provide information on pollutants and total dissolved solids, things of that nature.
Yeah, if there's a way as, follow up to this and, as we're going forward, just to keep us, update us on, and maybe it's in, you all can decide what the best way to do this is, but giving information on where the public can, and we can access the monitoring information, and then just, access to what the monitoring plans are for the projects you have, where to access that data, and any other kind of actions for this year that are being implemented from the MIP.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, and we can work with Stephanie on staying in touch and next steps.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, board member. Plus up the interest on the comprehensive monitoring. I think that's going to continue to be an important part. And actually, the stipulated order, one of the few adjustments was one around monitoring and having something more comprehensive. So I think it aligns well. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. And when we come back, we will move on to our panels. The first panel will be on hydrology in the Colorado River, then habitat and wildlife, and we'll end with our third panel on monitoring and implementation plan. We're running 20-ish minutes behind schedule, but we'll just keep going. So we'll come back here at, we'll say, 2:25. All right, everyone. It is 2:32. Let's go ahead and gather ourselves back. If we can wind down our discussions and take a seat, we can get to the next panel. All right. Folks in the room, if you don't mind winding down your discussions and we can take a seat, our panel is ready to begin. I really appreciate everyone. All right, thank you so much. With that break, and appreciate the good start to the workshop, we can now move on to our next panel, which will be our panel on hydrology and the Colorado River drought. Front of mind, I know for so many of us, and so consequential to the way we're viewing and managing the sea. As we transition to this panel, I just have to acknowledge and appreciate the leadership of the current GM, Mr. Martinez, and importantly as well, the prior GM, Kevin Kelly. We haven't met all in public since Mr. Kelly passed away, and definitely know that he championed this nexus and making sure that the rest of the basin states were really aware of just how critical the sea and its future was to discussions around how the Colorado River is managed generally. So just want to acknowledge his passing, his leadership, and all of our collective leadership in this discussion. And with that, turn over to, I believe, Mr. Harris here. Oh, Mr. Cohen, I apologize. Mr. Michael Cohen will be actually monitoring this panel. So good to see you, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and members of the board and staff as well for kicking, I guess, their lightning panels off with hydrology. Water, of course, is fundamental for an aquatic restoration project. And as we know, the vast majority of water flowing into the Salton Sea comes from the Colorado River Basin. So I think maybe we can move on to the next slide, please. And then the next slide. We have a pretty robust panel here looking at both the lower basin, or the regional director from the Bureau of Reclamation, and then moving to a state focus, Jackie Gould from the regional director from Bureau of Reclamation, Chris Harris from the executive director of the Colorado River Board of California, and Tina Shields, the water manager from Imperial Irrigation District, where we sit right now, giving us a local perspective, and of course, IID contributing the vast majority of water flowing to the Salton Sea. So I'm not sure if all these slides will be posted up on the website thereafter. Their full biographies are linked on these slides. Next slide. So this is an image from Lincoln Institute, came out last year, showing the Colorado River Basin. It shows the upper and lower basin. Some 70% of the water comes from elevations of 9,000 feet or higher in the upper basin. California, just as a side note, contributes about 4% of total flows to the Colorado River, although it consumes, in the past 23 years, roughly 31% of total consumptive use of the Colorado River. So the upper basin, lower basin here is kind of an arbitrary distinction based on the 1922 compact. But it's interesting because the way that's actually manifested now is that the lower basin is bearing the brunt of coming up with ways to shore up the system and protect critical lake elevations. So what we see is, despite this arbitrary division between upper and lower basins, it's really these three lower basin states that are bearing the brunt of that. This next slide just shows some of the recent agreements. I think the panelists are going to talk about what's happening right now. But there's been a series of agreements starting back with the quantification settlement agreement, really bringing California from 5.3 million acre feet of consumptive use per year down to about 4.4 right now. So that kicked off the reduction in demand on the system. And then a number of other agreements listed here. You can see that the water users have come together again and again, recognizing that the system is oversubscribed, that there's more demands on the system than the river actually supplies. So sometimes we hear in public that, oh, if only people had known this was coming, if only Bureau of Reclamation and the water users had recognized this crisis, they would have been ahead of the game. And the fact is that they had recognized the crisis and had taken multiple steps over the years. The problem is that the magnitude of these steps was not commensurate with the rate of decline of supply in the system. And we're going to hear a little bit more from, I think, Jackie in particular, about the decline in water supply and the magnitude of the current drought. And then this last slide is from the basin study, water supply and demand study, or known as the Basin Study, that came out in 2012, so 11 years ago. And the takeaway here really is this image on the far right. It shows a supply-demand imbalance. And essentially, that's more or less the same magnitude that we're dealing with right now. The problem was that this was forecasting out to the year 2060 of this 3.2 million acre-foot supply-demand imbalance. And that's the crisis facing the river right now. So it came in 35 years early. And these numbers are both the supply numbers and the demand numbers are much higher than actually seeing on the system. And again, as I mentioned, the water users, particularly in the lower basin, have taken pretty dramatic steps to reduce their demand on the system, but supply has decreased or diminished even more rapidly than that. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Jackie Gould, the Regional Director from the Bureau of Reclamation. She'll be joining us remotely, and hopefully the technology will work here. Jackie.
And Jackie, you should be invited to unmute here.
Yep, there we go.
There we are. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Mike, for that introduction, and thank you, board members. I remember this, we did this virtually last year too, where we gave a presentation, but I've been working on the Salton Sea since 2016, not like some of you all that are born and raised there, but it gave me a pretty good oversight of some of the changes that have happened since then. But as Mike was talking about, there really is a structural deficit in how the allotments for the Colorado River system were made. There was 16.5 million acre feet allocated annually to our upper basin, lower basin, and Mexico. Mexico gets 1.5 million acre feet. The average annual flow was thought to be 19 million acre feet or higher when the Colorado River was originally allocated. And the long-term average has been about 14.8 million acre feet, which is much lower and resulting in that over allocation. From 2000 to 2023 was the driest 23-year period in more than a century. The average inflow during this period was approximately 12.3 million acre feet. That was 83% of the long-term average. And currently Lake Powell, Lake Mead combined storage is at 26% of full. We have been active in system conservation programs since 2007. As Mike had talked about, we've also entered into voluntary compensated contributions through our 500+ plan and this year's system conservation storage plan. That on top of the voluntary contributions brought in from the drought contingency plan and the 2007 interim guideline reductions. So the bottom line is, we've been talking about this for a while, and there's a 2 to 4 million acre foot of conservation that is needed to protect critical elevations in Powell and Mead, and those critical elevations allow us to continue to release water through the dam outlet facilities. And we've noticed that last year starting, and that kind of kicked off our supplemental EIS process in November, where we were supplementing the 2007 interim guidelines to deal with these lower runoff, lower elevation of the reservoir level conditions that we were seeing. We were anticipating back then that we were going to have another drought year, and it was critical for us to have some options available to protect the infrastructure. So through the supplemental EIS process, we've released the draft in April. The comment period continues through the end of May. There's 3 alternatives that are in there. We're getting comments. We're holding a lot of public webinars and meetings and trying to close that out with a draft of or the final supplemental EIS this summer and a record of decision. So the snowpack this year kind of surprised everybody, and it came in at about 161% average. That's your 14 million acre foot inflow to Powell. That was the second highest runoff since 2000. And this offers a reprieve from the long-term trajectory of the hydrologic conditions within the basin that are still down. And when we looked at the hydrology in the last 20 years, if we had a high inflow year, we would see 2 to 5 years after that with less than average runoff and creating the decline in the system. So we can't just sit back and we have one good year and we can take the brakes off of, take the brakes off the system, that we really have to deal with this long term. So the runoff is going to help us this year. It's not going to solve the problem. All you have to do is look at the elevations of the reservoir to see that we're providing more water than we're getting in, and it's not sustainable, and we need to do something with that. So with that, Mike, I'll kick it back to you.
Thanks, Jackie. And let me turn it over to Chris, talk about California's efforts.
Can you hear me now? It's great to be here. Appreciate it. Yeah, I kind of want to build on how Jackie started us off, and it's kind of worth reviewing the past couple years, water year 21 and 22. You can go to the next slide, please. 2020 through 2022 were the driest 3 years on record in the Colorado River Basin. And it was pretty shocking how quickly the system continued to decline. In fact, in water year 2021, Reclamation had to implement emergency drought response operations in the upper basin and move a volume of water down to help protect critical elevations in Lake Powell. And in water year 2022, the upper basin states, working in conjunction with Reclamation, implemented a much larger drought response operations release from Flaming Gorge and the Aspinall unit. Actually, I think it was just Flaming Gorge. And that was 500,000 acre feet. And in that same year, the 3 lower basin states, in conjunction with decision-making by DOI, agreed to reduce the release out of Glen Canyon Dam by 480,000 acre feet. We had been on track to receive 7.48 million acre feet that year, released out of Glen Canyon Dam to Meade, but it was reduced to 7 million acre feet. So we functionally left 1 million acre feet in Lake Powell to protect those critical elevations. And then in June, many of you will recall, and that's the picture on the left, the commissioner and representatives of the basin's stakeholder community testified before Senate Energy and Natural Resources, where the commissioner stated that she needed, as Jackie just said, between 2 to 4 million acre feet of additional water use reductions in the Colorado River Basin in order to stabilize the reservoir system. And discussions between the states, the 7 states, continued all summer. Unfortunately, we were unable to reach an agreement to produce a volume between 2 and 4 million acre feet. But California stepped up in October and made a commitment to do an additional 400,000 acre feet of water conservation each year, 2023 through 26, 4 years, for a total of 1.6 million acre feet. And that was huge. California is a participant in the drought contingency plan, and if you got to the maximum contribution by California's participants, we would have been all in at that point at 750,000 acre feet of water use reduction from our basic mainstream apportionment of 4.4 million acre feet. And as Jackie just said, because the projections were pretty dire looking ahead, we honestly did believe like we could have another dry year coming. Reclamation said we need to expand our toolbox, gain some additional management, both operational and administrative flexibility to stabilize the reservoir system. And they went with the EIS process. Next slide, please. But I want you all to know this is not California's first rodeo in doing substantial substantive water conservation activities. We've been doing an awful lot of large-scale water conservation, particularly with Colorado River water supply, since the late 1980s. And that's carried forward. You heard some earlier today about the 2003 Quantification Settlement Agreement. But starting in 2007, when we implemented the 2007 interim shortage guidelines, California was one of the major contributors to 100 feet of storage in Lake Mead. And this graph, if you look, the bottom of the frog's leg there, following the purple, you see the dashed line. Without the conservation, right now, out in 2022, you can see where Lake Mead would be, down around 950 feet of elevation. That's what, 45 or 55 feet above Deadpool. But in conjunction with activities in Arizona, Nevada, and Mexico, and particularly that large green batch of intentionally created surplus, the states have collaborated since 2007 to put 100 feet of additional storage in Lake Mead. So we're building upon the success of the past, our binational relationships with Mexico, our collaborative partnerships with our agencies here in California, and with our sister states in Arizona and Nevada. Next slide, please. And as Jackie said, Mother Nature has given us a one-year reprieve, but 1 year does not get you out of a drought. And particularly in the context of the long-term impacts and changing long-term impacts associated with climate change. We don't know what's coming. The cone of uncertainty for us is pretty wide. We don't know what it's going to look like 10 years from now, 20 years from now. But this was a very good water year in the Colorado River Basin, just like it was here in California. The red line is last year. The bell-shaped curve is the median over the past 30 years. So you can see we got significant snowpack. Next slide, please. This is an important slide. So 9.6 is the dashed line. 9.6 million acre feet is the annual unregulated inflow into Lake Powell. And as Jackie indicated, this year, the green bar over there on the far right is the second wettest year in about the past 22, maybe 23 years. It's only exceeded by 2011. And boy, it was sure timely. And you can see over the long term, since this graph shows Lake Powell since the dam closed in 1964. So you can see the extreme variability. You can also see what Jackie alluded to. You have a wet year, typically followed by dry years. That's fairly common in these desert river systems like this. And you can see the variability is very wide, significant change from year to year. It's nothing you can plan on. Next slide, please. You can actually skip this one. Jackie told us the system is about 25% of capacity. The runoff is now starting. So we're starting to see elevations come up significantly in Lake Powell. And ultimately, you can see down at the bottom here, the condition of Lake Powell compared to Lake Mead means this year we're going to be in the lower elevation balancing tier. So by the end of the water year, they will balance the contents between those two large reservoirs. So it's going to mean about a 9.5 million acre foot release out of Glen Canyon Dam down to Lake Mead. And that's extraordinarily good news for us in Lake Mead. It's going to stabilize the reservoir, at least in the short term. The other thing I want you all to know is that we are not squandering this opportunity. The 7 states continue to meet regularly. Particularly the 3 lower basin states have been working almost every day now together to put together potential water conservation consensus-based agreements and activities that could be given to the Bureau of Reclamation to help inform their final SEIS process. As Jackie mentioned, this SEIS is looking to modify the 2007 interim shortage guidelines, both in how they operate Lake Powell and then potentially on what would reductions be for Lake Mead. And we're building on the funding that's available through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. And I'll just leave it there.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My board and general managers send their regrets for not participating. We have a board meeting that is happening concurrently, so we can only do so much at one time. I appreciate the opportunity to share IID's agricultural perspective with regards to the drought that we're now seeing and the various implications on the Salton Sea. I'm the water department manager at IID, and I've worked on these water transfers and Salton Sea issues for over 30 years now, as well as Colorado River issues. So we're at that point where everything's starting to merge and end up in the same position, which is sort of awkward water supply decisions where there's consequential effects. Just a little background for those of you not familiar with IID. So we're on the home crowd here, so it's a little easier, but IID is the largest irrigation district in the nation. We have annual Colorado River entitlements to 3.1 million acre feet, including 2.6 million acre feet of present perfected rights. So we feel we're in a pretty good position in the drought, except for the reservoir situation is very concerning. And when we hear about dead pool elevations, that obviously triggers sort of a gut reaction, because in our community, the Colorado River is our only water supply. But with that water, we do sustain our entire community, as well as about 500,000 acres of prime agricultural land that's served by about 3,000 miles of open channel, gravity flow, canals and drains, as well as our various communities. So 1 in every 6 jobs in this community is directly related to agriculture. So that water is critical to sustaining that community, as well as the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. So our core business is delivering water and removing that drainage from the fields through our drainage system. However, since the late 1980s, IID has been involved in pretty large-scale ag to urban water transfer programs and water efficiency programs, and this was largely aimed at addressing waste allegations, but also ensuring that California can live within its legal entitlement as supplies on the river became more constrained and surplus waters from Arizona were no longer going to be made available. These programs collectively are known as the QSA, and that was a series of agreements signed to facilitate new conservation programs and settle longstanding disputes between the water agencies. So the chart you see in front of you is sort of the stacking up of all of those conservation programs, which in total these days is about 500,000 acre feet of actively generated conservation on an annual basis. Next slide, please. So beginning with our partnership with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California in the late 1980s, these collaborative efforts provide this water supply resiliency in Southern California and necessitated the state's involvement at the Salton Sea as they transitioned into larger scale partnerships with the San Diego County Water Authority and the Coachella Valley Water District. The MET program funded large scale infrastructure improvements. It built reservoirs, lateral interceptors, concrete lined over 270 miles of those gravity flow canals I mentioned earlier. And in exchange for that funding and annual O&M payments, Metropolitan receives the benefit of 105,000 acre feet of conserved water a year to supplement their various water supply portfolios. And it's proved really critical as we saw the drought in the northern portion of the state, not only in this most recent year, but back when the petition was filed to bring more attention at the Salton Sea. A decade after the Metropolitan program was implemented, the QSA water transfers merged together. The San Diego agreement went into effect. That's another 200,000 acre feet a year. And then there's also 103,000 acre feet a year of transfer to Coachella. The Coachella transfer is interesting because you still have the benefit of the Salton Sea runoff. It just comes in from the northern portion of the sea instead of the southern portion of the sea. So the impacts are more so related to the out of basin transfers of those waters. Again, the benefit of that program was providing the funding to enact conservation measures. And with the San Diego program, that program is supplied solely by on-farm conservation measures and system improvements. The goal of the district has never been to allow water to leave the region willingly. They've been defensive water transfers to fight off litigation and help provide incentives to make our system more efficient and increase efficiency. So we're in this awkward rock and a hard place where you do the right thing and you become more efficient, and then you have the consequential effect that we're seeing on the Salton Sea. Next slide, please. In total, since the QSA was enacted, we've funded conservation programs and projects that have totaled over 7.2 million acre feet. We just finished the water accounting for 2022, and again, our numbers were just dancing around that 500,000 acre feet a year level. That's about 16% of our water supply, so it's a very significant and active effort on the district. It's not passive conservation for the most part. There's some large-scale canal lining programs, and we have the ability to ramp these up, and that's going to be really important moving forward with the drought circumstances. But there are the consequential effects on the Salton Sea. As our system becomes more efficient and as our growers become more efficient, that results in decreased agricultural return flows to the Salton Sea, and that's contributed to the receding shoreline and the elevation drop, which exposes the playa. Next slide, please. So we heard Secretary Crowfoot earlier and Jackie Gold talk about the drought circumstances that we're facing and the new conservation proposals. As one of the largest contractors on the river and with an entitlement that is 70% of California's share, this obviously is an important issue to IID. We can't simply sit out a drought where if we do nothing and if the hydrology continues to decline, there is no water, not only for IID, but Southern California, Arizona, Mexico, and Nevada. The consequences of allowing that to occur are just devastating. And in particular for IID, when we have no groundwater supplies, we have no state water supplies, we have no groundwater basins or reclamation projects, if the Colorado River goes away, we go away. And that's not an understatement in our community. So we have proposed, along with California, contributing a 400,000 acre feet year short-term solution for the Colorado River. IID's piece of that conservation would be up to 250,000 acre feet. We are still in the process of developing the agreements that would effectuate that agreement. So as much as we would have liked to get started this summer, it takes a lot of time to get these things done and in place. But one of the things our board was really adamant about is we cannot participate in this program. And the same reason we didn't participate in the drought contingency plan until the Salton Sea is addressed up front. And we finally were heard last year by Reclamation, and along with Secretary Crowfoot and Commissioner Tootin, they were actively engaged in developing a funding commitment on behalf of the federal government to help ensure that whatever impacts were associated at the Salton Sea with this conservation, there would be funding that could go to the state of California to help accelerate their impacts. So from our board's perspective, we couldn't even talk about how much conservation we could do until we had that federal commitment, and it was extremely critical to us. The challenge for IID is going to be when we do begin the implementation of these programs, we're increasing our conservation targets by more than 50%, and we're going to need to be aiming at 750,000 acre feet a year. That's 24% of our water supply. And unfortunately, the only way to develop that type of water in a short-term program is some version of fallowing or short-term fallowing, which we've been, adamantly opposed to that. But there's a time and a place for everything. And when you see the Colorado River about to crash, that's the time and the place. So we're in the process of working with our growers to see how best to enhance our on-farm efficiency efforts. That's our priority, is to, as much as we can, generate all of this water while continuing to farm. But from a secondary impact, we do envision some short-term deficit irrigation or 1 to 2 year fallowing programs in order to meet these significant thresholds. Next slide. And finally, I mentioned earlier this funding commitment. It was a real shift in the federal perspective. From my position, we've worked long and hard to do this and have a whole team of folks at the Salton Sea, not just local, not just state, but everybody that has a finger touching the Colorado River, in our mind, is touching the Salton Sea. And there may be additional opportunities in the future. And that's always been our goal with the Salton Sea is, you mentioned our previous general manager, he had a mantra of smaller but sustainable, but the other mantra is success builds success. And so we've been working very hard to partner on the land use agreements that are essential to the state moving forward on the Salton Sea plan. We are working on developing an expansion of the existing SCH easement amended to allow that project to grow in size, and then work on some other opportunities. That was all a part of the commitment letter. It wasn't just money, it was a commitment to all work together to facilitate the land access, to facilitate the permitting, to facilitate the water supplies. So we look forward to continuing to work on that. We're hopeful that the ongoing discussions with the basin states will be productive. We don't think it's helpful in this sort of formal NEPA process to get to the point where we have to throw down a comment letter where everybody is going to tell everybody what they think, and we end up in litigation. We think that we, particularly with the blessing of the water supply that we had this winter, have the ability to develop some voluntary compensated conservation programs and move forward and focus on the longer term operational issues at the Colorado River. So appreciate the time.
So thanks all, and maybe just a little bit of additional information. So the comment period ends May 30th, essentially 2 weeks from today. On the draft supplemental EIS process, reclamations, if you just Google SCIS plus reclamation, it'll take you to the webpage. And Jackie mentioned the two action alternatives. One essentially is a pro rata reduction across the board for lower basin users, which would have significant cuts on Tina's agency and California agencies generally. The other action alternative is essentially following the existing priority system, which would have some much smaller reductions. And then the other benefit, of course, is that given how wet this is and how much Lake Mead is projected to rise this year, it's what the upper level, I forget, the tier 1 reductions, which may even be completely covered by California's proposed 400,000 acre feet, and even met potentially, depending on how much they pull back, given state water project allocations, may be able to cover much of that themselves. But the question then is, and I think particularly of interest for the board, I'm not sure I should be asking you guys questions here, but I'll pose the question anyway, is if reclamation follows, if there's no agreement among the lower basin states on what this interim step or these interim reductions will be, and the Bureau of Reclamation decides to follow the action alternative that says there's a pro rata reduction, essentially that's a federal action, which would result in direct environmental impacts to the Salton Sea. And those actions, since the commitment is contingent on IID's voluntary contributions, potentially that funding doesn't even get kicked in. So then the question is, what is the federal responsibility for lands that would be exposed based on a federal action that reduces water deliveries to Imperial Irrigation District and in turn shrinks the Salton Sea? So that eventuality is not explored in the draft SEIS. There's one mention of the Salton Sea at all in the draft SEIS, and it's not really substantive. So this question of what happens to the Salton Sea if the federal act, if the water master, the Secretary of the Interior, reduces deliveries, I think is an open question, and I'm interested in, and I'm not sure I should be posing questions to you guys, but there it is. But maybe I should turn it over to the board for questions or.
I really appreciate it, Mr. Cohen. It is a good question. And just thank you all on the panel, and Jackie as well, for joining us virtually here. These are very complex issues, certainly before the board, but they're fundamental. And it's why it was important to start with this panel was, we all know the history of the QSA. We all know how we've gotten here. And there are complex dynamics in the negotiations that are going on that are critical. And to your point, Tina, it really is here a matter of the crisis on the system and all contributing as we can and not just resting completely on priority. So I guess my question actually is, I know that what is, the discussion here is really about augmenting the 2007 guidelines. It's really to get us over the next 3 years or so What's thereafter? What's the play between how we settle out the next 3 years and this longer term negotiation that's certainly going to be going on around the river, its usage, the long-term reduction in its use amongst users, and then for me, of course, well, then what does that mean for the sea? And I know, we hear, especially as we're doing a lot of this planning, that there's concern around a lack of certainty, and we all collectively have a tremendous amount of lack of certainty, given the way certainly the droughts, floods, climate change, the complexity of our water systems we're managing is shifting. It's hard to really project out what these systems will look like in 20 years, 30 years. But I guess what's the interplay between those immediate dynamics here with what reductions happen over the next 3 years, its impact on the sea, but then really the longer term?
I'll take the first part and then kick it to Tina. You're absolutely right, Chair Esquivel. There is a stepwise process that we're engaged in. One, we need to get through the remaining interim period that the interim guidelines are in place. They are slated to expire at the end of 2026. So we need to have a new package of operational agreements, understandings, the roadmap for operating the entire Colorado River Reservoir system in place by January 1, 2027. That's going to be a tall order for sure. It took us 4 years almost to develop the 07 guidelines. It took us 4 or 5 years to develop the drought contingency plan. So it's going to take some time. But having said that, if we can smartly utilize the good hydrology we got this year, the largesse in the IRA funding provided by the Congress, and use that effectively and efficiently, we can stabilize the reservoir system for the next 3.5 years, allowing us to now pivot to developing the post-2026 guidelines. It's not going to be easy, but one thing that we have learned in over 30 years is that collaboration beats litigation every day of the week. If you work together, and Tina's needs are real. Palo Verde Irrigation District, folks in the Yuma area, and our mainstream tribes along the river. Without this river, it's keys in the mailbox time. It's that critical. So we're all highly motivated and focused. And I do think in this interim period, I think we're on a good trajectory right now. We're having really good discussions with and among the 3 lower basin states in the Department of the Interior. I think we're optimistic. But we've got to give ourselves now the space and the capacity to start working on the bigger challenges, the long-term impacts of climate change on this basin, going from a 15 million acre foot river in 2007 to something right now, it's 12.4 million acre feet of average annual yield. It's significant, and it may go lower. We don't know. So, Tina, build on that.
Well, IID is always going to hang its hats on its water rights, but more importantly, California has hung its hat on that. We've created these long-term collaborative partnerships between the ag and the urban areas, and literally billions of dollars of investment. California's been super progressive in its urban conservation as well. I don't think we've seen that in all of the other states. Nevada may be the exception to the rule, but I think there's lots of opportunities in Arizona and the upper basin states. Just because they don't necessarily feel the water supply crunch in the upper basin doesn't mean there aren't opportunities for conservation. And similarly in Arizona, they've done large scale investment without the priority of the water rights to back that up. So they're going to have to figure out, and I say partnerships loosely because we got here a hard way, but we're all better off for it. And I think we've managed to make the system work. We just need to find ways to maximize those commitments and investments.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. What I've certainly noticed is there was an implicit connection with the sea and these discussions around the Colorado River, its usage. You look at the QSA, it wasn't central to how we were viewing and making sure to respond this. Now it's far more of an explicit, even more so, and even the maps that the basin states and the feds are using to even articulate what is the project area of the Colorado River watershed, and including the sea has been a really important part of that. So I appreciate that. It's a lot of unknown. We don't know what those longer term negotiations will have, but at least I have comfort that, again, we've moved from implicit to explicit connections amongst all that. So at least it's helpful. Jackie, I thought I saw your hand up, please. Yeah, you should be asked to unmute here. Sorry, just taking us a moment to get to you. There you are.
Okay, yeah, I don't know the sign for unmute. I should learn it though. I think you got a pretty good overview from Chris and Tina on that. I just want to let you know that even though we have a drought that we're responding to, the Biden administration has provided some amazing resources financially to look at long-term durable projects that can help us sustain the system long-term. So we are providing some of the bill and the IRA money for voluntary short-term compensated system conservation, but we're kicking off here in the next couple of weeks our solicitation for long-term durable projects, and we're going to start focusing on that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jackie. Board members with any questions for the panel or comments? Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thank you. I kind of wanted to build on the question I had before, and just looking at what we've learned from the conservation programs that IID's already implemented, and the work that CNRA has in the state have been doing on mitigation programs from the impacts to the Salton Sea. And are there kind of lessons learned you've seen from IID's perspective, or any of the other panelists that are lend themselves to needing to be part of the long term going forward as we're trying to negotiate mitigation for the impacts on the sea that we need to make sure are in there?
So one of the things when we entered into this federal funding agreement is we did some back of the envelope modeling to see what the impacts would be on that 250,000 acre feet a year for 4 years. Now, granted, 2023, that's not going to occur. Maybe we'll have 50,000 acre feet, but we simply don't have time to get the agreements executed, and new programs started with our growers. They frankly needed to know about a week ago what the plans were for this summer, because they had cropping decisions to make and contracts to enter into, and we don't have a funding agreement yet. So, we've given both the federal government and our farmers the bad news that just go ahead and farm, because we don't have the mechanism to implement anything new. That being said, when we did the analysis, this is a short-term problem we're trying to solve. We have a long-term problem, but what we're doing right now, when we did the analysis, the impacts on the Salton Sea were significant in the years the conservation occurs. If you assume that the water supply comes back when that's over, and you look out to 2047 and the long-term planning, the impacts on the Salton Sea were really less than 1,000 acres of new playa exposed. What it did is make it happen faster, but it's water that we're anticipating in the future wouldn't be there, and the playa would be uncovered anyways. So that was the basis for the $250 million in federal funding, is to accelerate the projects. The question is, if this is a longer term drought and supplies are less, what is that quantity? And if that affects our farming, how do the farmers manage their water supplies, and how does the district implement additional programs? So, and a lot of it depends on the bathymetry at the Salton Sea too. You can go to a certain point and not have large scale acreage exposure, but then if you have an elevation drop or a more deeper area, you're going to have more playa. So I think the good news in all of this is we've established some good partnerships with the state. I think we had some concerns with the SCH project initially. We've worked through a lot of those bumps. We have very good on the ground experience down here, and I think we've been able to share that, and we're able to do projects that have less fixing on the back end, and they're better designed up front. So I think And we're also learning the Salton Sea is a little bit of a science experiment. When you get out there, you don't know what's there until the water recedes and you see the soil type and you figure out what type of projects. That western portion of the sea is super challenging. You'll hear about later because it's kind of sand dunes with no water supply. So we're doing some pilot wells using reclamation funding and saying, can we just tap into that groundwater and get the root zones established? And then we have to look, longer term at what that long range plan is. We're patchworking it, and maybe that's the long-term plan, but if there's a way to create something better out there. But again, you have this uncertainty in the water supply now, and I don't think folks were expecting 20 years ago we would see the circumstances. Now we knew there were shortages on our future, but it was supposed to be somebody else's future, right?
Right. And that's coming a lot faster and looking like more and more likely that it'll be more permanent in some level. And then just last question is around, these discussions are between states, between countries, but are really led by the water rights holders. And I know, through the Colorado River Board's work, and there are some public seats on that, but I'm just wondering how communities, I think one of the challenges whenever there's programs where there's kind of third-party impacts or public trust impacts beyond water rights holders, and how do we make sure that there's some representation for the sea, for communities? I mean, obviously IID is very much thinking about the existence of the folks in the region and the sea, but can you just speak more to, are there public spaces or ways that the communities here and around the sea that are concerned about what the impacts of, different scenarios that you outlined might be for this region could participate?
Sure. No, it's a great question. Absolutely. All of us, whether you're a regional director at the Bureau of Reclamation or an agency in California, we have NEPA, CEQA, CISA, ESA that we all have to comply with. So as we have these discussions among the 7 basin states and the broader stakeholder community writ large, anything that we funnel back into, for example, this draft SEIS process is going to go through a NEPA assessment. It's going to be reviewed, and there's the opportunity for public comment and submitting letters and so on and so forth. Same thing with developing the next set of operating guidelines. That will be a formal NEPA process, just like we did in 2007. So, there's that. And we do try in California, through the Colorado River Board, we have monthly meetings, and we share information with our agencies. Our agencies are involved in these discussions. And ultimately, if there's a decision point for my board, that's done through our board approval process. Same thing with an agency undertaking a specific project or action, that too undergoes its own approval process. And in some cases, CEQA in California. And if you're partnering with the feds, there's going to be a NEPA process.
But California is a little interesting because the water rights are not held by the state for the Colorado River, they're by the agencies. So every agency has a seat on the Colorado River Board. Poor Chris has to herd cats at times because we don't always agree on how things, but every agency has their own board meetings. The Coachella Valley Water District has theirs. Ours is ongoing right now. Even if the state has a concurrent plan and a proposal, it still will have to go back to an agency level for the implementation agreements. So I think there's lots of public opportunity. You just have to take a lot of time to spend because they're pretty complicated issues. But everything we do at IID goes to a public board meeting, and we've been very adamant not only about the Salton Sea, but if we are in a position where we have to do fallowing, that we're going to have some sort of socioeconomic impact plan, which we did with our initial fallowing period when we were mitigating for the Salton Sea, to ensure that those farm service providers are made as whole as possible when farming isn't occurring. And there were also some portion of those monies used for community benefits to try to incentivize other forms of economic development, or if nothing else, help local community groups out with some of their needs.
And if I might just add to that, good news is that Chris's board has two new public members, one from Audubon and one from the Kashan tribe. So I believe that's the first time ever there's a tribal member on the Colorado River Board. So that's a huge step forward. But perhaps a slightly greater concern is that this Salton Sea commitment that we talked about, one of the provisions in the commitment talks about the need for urgency, the need for expediting these emergency actions to protect the system. And I'm not sure if it's a firm commitment from the secretary, but to explore waivers from CEQA. So there's this potential that there's going to be an effort to move this water and protect the system at the expense of full public review. And then we also saw in the draft SEIS that there's no review of impacts to the Salton Sea. So although there is a NEPA process, I'm not sure that's been as comprehensive as certainly as I would have liked. And then there's potential that the CEQA process may be waived entirely because of the urgency of protecting the Colorado River system. So the potential for public review and public input, I would encourage people who are sitting here now to provide comments to the SEIS process right now, or whatever in the next 2 weeks, and to keep your eyes open as this moves forward. And certainly, I think California, and we've seen from the governor and the secretary, a firm commitment to protecting the Salton Sea. But there's this weird dynamic here, this tension between this federal commitment of dollars contingent on IID's water conservation efforts, but they may be on a different track from whatever waivers are moved forward. So I guess my flag here is keep your eyes open to see what actually happens.
And it's a good flag and a good question and points from the board member. It's truly, because things are moving so fast and these public processes, the discussions, being able to best understand impacts is so truncated. We need to be clear about where those spaces are and how best folks can be contributing, and where there's challenges. I mean, the reality is the quantification settlement agreement in 2003 left off a huge issue of what we're going to do with the sea, and we're still working back from that now. So we have to do ourselves the favor of whatever decision making we're going to be proceeding through, that it has that full best understanding of what the impacts will be, how we mitigate them, and how we continue to contribute to this project. So it's a good points and good questions. So thank you. Other board members? Okay, thank you. Really appreciate this panel. And next, we'll move on to our next panel. I'll note we are moving a little behind schedule here, but we'll just continue to try to be succinct in our points, and importantly get to the comments from folks here. So next panel is on habitat and wildlife, and would like to welcome up Charlie Land, who's a senior environmental scientist and supervisor with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, to introduce the panelists and transition us here. So we'll give a couple moments for folks to come up to the panel.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the Habitat and Wildlife panel. And I want to take a moment to introduce our panel members. Next to me is Dan Orr, the Director of Geospatial Sciences at Audubon, California. Next to him is Paisley Ramstead, Natural Resource Manager at Torres Martinez Desert Cahuilla Indians. And next to her is Razia Shafiq Sabir, wildlife biologist with the Sunny Bono National Wildlife Refuge.
Fantastic, thank you.
I believe the first presentation is Dan's.
Great, thank you. Could I have the next slide, please? Is it, yeah, can you hear me? All right. So the Salton Sea is an important bird area that has a global importance. And it's really important for hundreds of thousands of migratory birds that depend on it, on the habitats that are here along the Pacific Flyway. So it is really interconnecting that, and you see that in the blue area on this global map here. It's also really important when you consider it in the context that we've lost 90% of the wetland habitats in California, and so it's really important to maintain what we have left. And so the Salton Sea obviously falls into that category, is holding on to what we have left. It's also really important in the context of the saline lakes ecosystem. In North America, we have a saline lakes ecosystem, and there's a lot of species that really depend on that and use it as an interconnected system. Audubon California has been involved in a lot of efforts to understand what's going on with birds in different habitats at the Salton Sea. But I think that a lot of this information can also be really useful in managing the Salton Sea. So some of the monitoring that we've been involved in is focused on bird surveys, so understanding what's going on with birds across the Salton Sea. We've also been monitoring water quality, so water quality parameters and invertebrate assemblages as well. We see some clear trends in the bird assemblages. We see decreases in the fish-eating species, and we see stable populations of the species that are feeding on smaller invertebrates. Things like shorebirds seem to be doing fine. Things like pelicans are not doing so well. Hopefully with the SCH program, we'll see maybe some rebounding populations there, but see how that goes. We also see some concerning trends with the water quality parameters. We've seen dissolved oxygen diminish over time, so that can really have a huge impact on aquatic species and that other organisms depend on, like birds. The invertebrate communities assemblages that we've studied are the diversity is really low, so that can be really problematic for having a stable aquatic system. On the positive side, we've also done some analysis looking at the wetlands that are emerging along the playa. So there's a QR code to link to the paper, the report that details this. But these are really resulting from what we see as drains from agriculture coming onto the playa. These used to drain directly into the sea, and now they spill out into the playa, and we see these wetlands forming. We also see this in rivers and perennial streams and washes, and then also hot springs. So what we think is that these should be, and they can be, leveraged for creating habitat around the Salton Sea. We have that really from, as a proof of concept, the Bombay Beach Wetland Project that Audubon's been working on. The goal here is really to enhance and stabilize the existing wetland that's one of those newly emerging wetlands that we see on the playa. So we hope that this acts as a proof of concept and that we can see more projects like this come into play around the Salton Sea. Some other projects that we're also working on are habitat suitability modeling, so understanding what types of habitats are available for different suites of species at the Salton Sea. This can be used to continue to inform habitat goals. We've done this in the past, and we're redoing it again to make comparisons to see where we're at with bird habitats now compared to where we were in 2017 and 1999. We're also doing a biofilm study to understand if biofilm is here at the Salton Sea and if birds are utilizing that as a food resource. We're also doing suitability analysis for public access. So this also incorporates a lot of public input through community surveys to understand and guide public access implementation around the sea. So we think that this, hopefully a lot of this stuff is really useful for the state and can inform the management of the Salton Sea. And we'll continue to share this information with the state as we develop more science. I forgot to skip the slides. So there we go.
I think we're ready for the next presentation.
Okay. And I apologize, I do not have slides. I was a little bit of a late addition to the panel. But my name is Paisley Armstead. I'm the new Natural Resources Manager for Torres Martinez Desert Cuya Indians. Still very new in this role and still sort of learning about all of the projects that the tribe has completed in the last several years and that we are moving forward with. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of our exciting projects and some of the things that we're doing to improve habitat on tribal lands that are adjacent to the Salton Sea. First and foremost is invasive species removal and management. Anybody who's been out here knows that tamarisk or salt cedar is a major problem out here. It increases the risk of fire. It also reduces the amount of groundwater available for native vegetation. Torres Martinez has in the past done pretty significant tamarisk removal, but at the time there was not the capacity to sort of create a long-term management plan. So what we're seeing is that now in some of these areas, new tamarisk are beginning to emerge. So moving forward, anything that we do around tamarisk removal, mustard removal, any sort of invasive management will be done with a long-term plan, which will include mitigating, against those invasive species coming back, or at least consistent surveying for those species and seeing how we can prevent them from coming back and weeding out our native vegetation, which leads to revegetation. Right now we're battling with, a drought, of course not exactly this year. We've had quite a bit of rainwater, but a lot of drought in the area, as well as poor soil quality. So we've been trying to experiment with what vegetation is best suitable for the soil that we are working with on some of our plots, as well as in the areas that the soil is not super high quality. What can we do to mitigate that? Can we add anything to the soil? Can we remove anything? How can we find ways to revegetate these areas? And not just with ground plants, but also we're experimenting with some vetiver grass and some aquatic plants as well, because eventually we will be moving forward with our really large, exciting project, which is the wetlands restoration. The wetlands restoration is a project that has sort of been picked up and then set aside several times. Again, a lot of it just because of capacity, and as anybody knows, working, I think I heard somebody earlier say that when you're dealing around the Salton Sea, everything is sort of a science experiment. You never know what can go wrong. But we do have several water cells that were not lined before. We're going to potentially experiment with lining them, find ways that we can use that wetlands area to filter water, as well as creating its almost 61 acres of habitat that would be, there could be fish there, would serve as habitat for birds, which could be especially useful for some of the birds that are maybe not getting what they need at the Salton Sea, but the surrounding wetlands that are emerging and the wetlands restoration projects could provide additional habitat for them. And it also just improves overall diversity of the area. Some of that area is actually really good Colorado desert habitat for things like coyotes and snakes and animals that are really well adapted to dry conditions. But by creating this wetland habitat, we can improve vegetation diversity and then diversity of all native plants and wildlife from the area. That's all I've got.
Hi, everyone. I will be talking about the Sunny Bono Salton Sea National Wildlife Refuge and some of the habitat management and conservation, water conservation issues that we face. Next slide. So the refuge has about 37,000 900 acres to it, and a majority of them are underwater. But of the acreages that are left over, we can categorize our work into different formats. We have our uplands, which you can see in the map in front of you. They consist of different ryegrass and wheat fields, and they serve as winter foraging habitat for our migratory geese and cranes. Next slide. These are our wetlands. Our wetlands can be categorized into 3 separate categories. We have our seasonal duck ponds, we have our cattail marshes for our endangered Yuma's ridgeway rails, and then we have our multi-purpose deep water ponds that also encompass nesting islands for seabirds. Next slide. So some of the current management issues that we face as we establish and maintain our habitat, our biggest one actually, like other people I mentioned before, is soil quality. Soil around the refuge is very poor. It's highly saline because of our proximity to the Salton Sea. Some of the mitigation methods we use are we flush our lands with water to get the soil out, we condition it with fertilizers, and then we also use tile lines to leach out as much salt as we possibly can. Though tile lines are our most expensive option, so they are not as frequently used as we would like. After that, just the cost of using water year-round and the availability of water year-round is a big issue. We try to mitigate it as much as possible via using spill water. And finally, invasive species are a big issue. Tamarisks like to outcompete some of our desired vegetation, and it's a year-round battle to remove them. We use mechanical methods, and we also use chemical methods for control. Next slide. So some of the issues that we see ourselves dealing with in the future, one of the big ones is budgetary cuts. As our funding gets decreased, we will have to figure out different ways to manage our habitat. We might need cooperative farming to deal with our uplands because they are one of our larger time required activities. We could, in places that we could use more spill water to flood our wetlands, but when that is not available, we would have to switch over to possibly limiting the amount of times we could water up our seasonal duck ponds. So shorter flooding periods. Then after that, there is, again, dealing with water, there is the strong issue of having to figure out the feasibility of having deep water ponds in an area that is going through a drought, that is possibly going through acidification. So if and when we reach that threshold, we could possibly convert our ponds into something more like cattail marshes or seasonal duck ponds that require less water and less management. For our farm fields, it could mean that we use more drought tolerant vegetation like Sudan grass or tall fescue. They might not be as desirable for our birds, but again, it is a management thing that we have to think about. Finally, with a lot of our partner research, we're learning that there is a possibility of serious heavy metal contamination in the form of selenium in our wetland habitats. So this is all very new research, and we're trying to figure out how we can mitigate this. Can we possibly use cattails to harvest the selenium out of the system? Could we dry up our ponds and take off the surface level soil that is contaminated? Dump it in a site that it can stay contained over there while we can make better habitat? Or can we use prescribed burns to control the selenium, maybe lessen the levels of it? But again, this is all really cool research. We're still learning about it, and we'll see what the future holds about that. Next slide. That's it. Thank you. Again, my name is Raz. My email is there if you guys have any comments or questions.
Thank you, everybody. I greatly appreciate everybody taking the time to participate in this panel. I think we have time for a question for the panel members that was already brought forward, which is each of your groups is doing complementary work around the Salton Sea. How do you work together to coordinate your efforts? And how can these efforts be strengthened to achieve more effective and sustainable outcomes? Dan, would you like to go first?
Sure. So we do work together. We coordinate with the refuge as well as the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to do bird surveys. So they help us a lot on our bird surveys. We used to have a coordinated bird working group. That's kind of fallen aside. But I think there's a lot of opportunities to improve more closely to form the management of the sea and improve conditions.
Yeah, I would say that for for us, so many of our projects are in the early stages. We're still planning, and I'm still new here, so I have not personally worked too closely with Audubon or Sunny Bono yet, but you guys have done a lot of work already on projects similar to what we're hoping to accomplish. And so absolutely, I think there could be some collaboration on sharing, things that maybe have worked for some places so that we can sort of speed up the process with new projects. We know a little bit more about what works and what doesn't, and just sharing that knowledge.
Yeah, I second that. I mean, so we all we like to think that we're all experts in our little category. Like the refuge does a lot of on the ground management of land, and there's also Worcester that does the same thing. But then Audubon has the knowledge of the birds and all of the sea, and then Charlie and the state, they have the wildlife, they have the fish knowledge, they have all these combined things. So to be able to pull that knowledge, I think we're very special over here, and be able to make a better habitat for the Salton Sea, because the future it's interesting, right? This is such a cool place. It's so dynamic that, yeah, there is a lot of cooperative work, and I think there's a possibility for more of it. What it is, the sky's the limit, honestly.
Well, thank you. Perhaps we have time for, I think a question that everybody might be interested in for Audubon is, does what happened at the Salton Sea affect bird populations on a global or hemispheric level?
So it is a globally important IBA. So IBA is important bird area. Those are recognized globally. And so it is important for migratory birds. And we don't know. So for instance, we see declines of the Salton Sea with regard to fish-eating birds. So like white pelicans, cormorants, double-crested cormorants. But we don't really see declines in that species like in North America. So I think the key there is to think about these habitats. And so while we see declines here, we know that the other habitats that also support these bird species also have problems, and they're also in danger. And so we have this kind of a habitat threat. And so while the species may not be declining on a global or hemispheric level, it's important that we have the opportunity right now here to build these habitats that are being done right now and planned to build stability into the system. So that can buffer some of the changes that we may see at the Great Salt Lake, for instance. And so that can kind of create kind of more of a sanctuary, but we know that there's going to be some stability here in the future. So I think that's a great opportunity that exists at the Salton Sea.
Yeah, and I can offer a on-the-ground example. So this year, because of the droughts, sorry, not this year, but the winter of 2023, because of the drought, a lot of the Northern California refuges and waterfowl areas did not have the ability to flood up as they would. And then all of a sudden, all these rains came. And this really affected the distribution of the waterfowl populations in the region. And we were lucky enough to do a statewide, flyway-wide aerial waterfowl survey. And it definitely showed that the Salton Sea did pick up a lot of these stray birds that weren't able to use what was their historic ranges up north. So yeah.
Thank you. Would the board like to ask some questions at this time?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Land, and thank this entire panel. To the points you made, Raz, and others. We are very much in a learning mode. This is a laboratory, a complex, interconnected, huge landscape, and the wildlife components of this are amazing. I mean, the statistics of the number of birds that visit the sea, the way that it became such a huge surrogate for Pacific Flyway that we overdevelop is an important part of this story, and just want to acknowledge and thank you all for being part of this exciting work, because it really is the interconnectivity of the implementation of the projects, the opportunities to recreate, and again the health of the sea being signaled by its biodiversity, its ability to maintain these habitats in these populations. I guess my question is actually, and this is as we segue into the monitoring implementation plan, because of concerns around selenium, because of the complexity of the projects as we begin to learn and manage the landscape, how are you all feeling about the incorporation of data around wildlife in that implementation plan? Is it robust enough yet? Are people feeling connected? And if not, I think it's a good opportunity, because things like selenium can really start to be incorporated at a more fundamental level, so that the information that we're learning as we implement really does feed back in and help us understand how best we implement well. So just, I guess the question for me from the panel is just, what's been that overlay between the monitoring implementation plan and these specific wildlife needs in the ecosystems?
I can take a swing at it. Because the research is so new, it's hard to say that because of this XYZ levels that we see in our prey species and how they're transferring over to, some of our endangered rails, and how it affects their life cycles, how, are there deformities? Are they not using the area because of it? There are just not those thresholds available yet to decide what those numbers are, if this is good, if this is bad. So it's hard to say. I mean, that one of the reasons why we are trying to find these mitigation measures is if there is a middle number, because the birds that live here do live in a condition that is not ideal. So they are hardier birds than you would see other places. So is there a way that we can take advantage of this hardiness and mitigate the effects, as I said earlier, by harvesting cattails or doing some kind of modification that would lessen the amount? It wouldn't completely get rid of it. Maybe that's possible. Maybe it's not. Again, that's research out there. But yeah, I think once you figure it out.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we don't have definitive thresholds around all of that, and so it's kind of better bridging, I guess, as that science particularly. We better understand and can be informed that it loops back into things like a monitoring plan. So, and I just have to note, Raz, Chris Schoeneman, I worked with him for a number of years. The Sonny Bono National Wildlife Refuge does incredible work down there, and the fact that we can even talk about these pilot projects is because of work that went on at the Sonny Bono Wildlife Refuge and with USGS. Folks like Don and others that I know previously have really contributed to things. So just thanks.
Yeah, I'll pass it along.
Any other questions from board members or comments?
Thanks. I'll just ask a quick question. All of you are partners with your own projects and focus, but partners with CNRA on this and others on this broader effort. And I'm just interested, I know we heard a bit about the Audubon project and CNRA's particular work to try to develop a project. And I'm just interested if you can speak a bit to what would be helpful to continue to make partnerships like that successful, where CNRA is able to partner with groups like yours to get projects done and get them done more quickly and be able to have the expertise to accelerate and enhance the work that's going on.
I think from Audubon's perspective, I think we've been working really hard to develop those partnerships and keep them and build on them, and they've been really valuable and important with CRNA and all the agencies working around the sea, really. And I think part of that has made the Bombay Beach wetlands successful so far. Working with getting funding from the Bureau of Reclamation to really do that planning effort, and working with CRNA to push through a lot of the permitting for that project. So that's the continuing to build on these relationships, I think is what Audubon plans to do, and I don't see any reason why CRNA wouldn't do that. They seem to be pretty amenable to doing that.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I know we have relationships with a lot of different agencies, funding partners for our projects, and it's just, it's one of those things where it's so complicated because there are so many people. Obviously, the more people we have on board, the quicker and easier things can get done because you have, more resources. Working on tribal lands, we just also have to be really mindful of, it's not just about what's best for the birds. Any projects that we come forward with also need to benefit the people that live here and need to be respectful of the, cultural and historical uses of those lands. And so that's a big play. Some funding agencies and some partners might say, we want this to be totally protected, and others might say, we want this to be fully reclamation. And so it's just not that we aren't open, we're totally open to working with more partners, and I hope to build more partnerships now that I am new in this role. It's just a very complicated thing of figuring out what those partnerships look like so that one agency or another doesn't get sort of steamrolled into doing what the person with the most money can offer.
Thank you. Well, please, Ras. Are you sure?
Yeah, no, they said it great. Yeah, and one thing that, like, from the science side of it, that the state is working on, and I really appreciate, is also like the accumulation of the wildlife knowledge, so the survey data and everything. Because unless we don't have the outlook of what is actually happening and have good data support it, it's hard to take the proper management actions.
Thank you for that, and thank you, board member. And I would I know it was mentioned that there was, I think, an explicit like bird group and or wildlife group that was meeting and maybe has kind of died down. It might be the time to reactivate that space so that the partnership components of this can continue to grow stronger on this. So really appreciate this panel. Thank you for the good comments, and that wraps this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Next, we have our last panel, which is for the day. And remind everyone, this is a 2-day event, and then we will have comments after this final panel. And this is supposed to go for about 15 minutes. And the final part here is really an overview of the monitoring and implementation plan that was mentioned. And so I would like to call up Ramona Swenson with Environmental Science Associates, who will be presenting on the monitoring implementation plan.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the panel and Chair Esquivel for this opportunity to present at this workshop. I'm going to be speaking about the monitoring implementation plan on behalf of Tanya Marshall, who is the Salton Sea Program Manager with CDFW and led this effort. ESA supported the state in developing that. I'm a restoration ecology programmer manager for ESA, and I started working at the Salton Sea in 2009 with the Species Conservation Habitat Project. And I served as project manager for the Monitoring Implementation Plan, or MIP as we call it, in coordination, also helping coordinate the SSMP Science Committee. So if we can advance to the next slide. So the goals of the MIP were multiple. The idea was that we recognized we needed to collect information about the Salton Sea and its important resources in order to manage it. And so this document was developed to identify and prioritize monitoring activities to measure the current and future conditions within the Salton Sea ecosystem. This would be helpful to establish milestones so that when you're evaluating other information during the long term, we can compare that. It also was meant to establish some methods for measuring and reporting on these metrics and identify and prioritize existing data gaps. Finally, we want to touch upon a framework for how we would handle this data and make it available in a timely manner, which I've heard from several people and board members here recognize the importance of that data sharing. Next slide. So the process for developing the MIP took several months, years, and this is outlined here. And what we wanted to do was to ask questions about, the purpose of the data, how it could inform management, what types of metrics, get input on where we might be sampling and the intensity of that, the timing and frequency, what kind of methods we might need, and finally, how do we coordinate and share data and leverage all the activities among different partners. So the beginning of it was forming the SSMP team to develop the MIP. And we polled and got input from various working groups that were composed of many of the agencies and entities around the Salton Sea with specific expertise and maybe collecting information there. We brought that into and developed the MIP. And then we also put it out, a draft MIP, for public review and comment last year. In addition, we put it out to the SSMP Science Committee for their review and input, and they had lots of very valuable information and feedback that we used to refine that. We brought back those comments to the working group members, prepared our final draft, and then released the final MIP in December, and that was posted on the SSMP website in both English and Spanish in December. Next slide. So there's various resource areas that the MIP is intended to cover. Hydrology and water quality, which we know is so important for driving the ecosystem there. Air quality, which is going to be affected by as the sea shrinks and the playa is exposed. Information about the land cover, that playa, as well as vegetation communities. Biological resources of interest, fish and wildlife, both aquatic ecosystem as well as terrestrial, such as most particularly the birds that depend on the sea and its fringing habitats. There's also information being collected about socioeconomics, particularly how the SSMP program is engaging with the public, as well as other regional indicators of socioeconomics. And also there was a chapter on data management considerations. Next slide. So this is not intended to everyone to read this, but this is just an example of sort of the master table that we use to try to put in one place all the different types of indicators and metrics that were identified as important to be measuring about the sea. For example, in hydrology, what are the inflows to the sea? What are some of the, what's the water surface elevation? What are some of the hydrodynamics? Or water quality, salinity, turbidity, productivity, as well as contaminants. We also included elements of air quality, for example, particulate matter, and then also biological resources. So this table went on for about 3 pages, and I encourage you, if you want to learn more, please take a look. But the idea was to identify for each of these indicators, what was their relative priority, what kind of methods we used to sample it, and how often and what time of year. Some of these things you might measure continuously, like the inflows. Others you might only measure seasonally, such as water quality or when the birds are back in the winter. And then finally, as we look to the right of that table, which areas would be the monitoring would be conducted for, whether it be in the sea itself, nearshore habitats, or other places around the sea. And that final column, we had their partners. These are implementing partners who have either been monitoring these elements over the past or maybe continuing to monitor them. We really wanted this to be a document that could be used by all folks who are interested in the sea. And we really want to leverage the activities. And you've already heard a great amount of information is being collected so that we can leverage and learn from that. Next slide. Now, there have been several questions about what is the MIP? Is it going to be measuring the performance of projects? So we put this together just to compare and contrast. The MIP is intended to be a regional monitoring plan for the Salton Sea ecosystem and surrounds. So it is meant to measure the status and trends of these key resources and physical drivers. So we describe activities, as I've said, to measure these various conditions. And it's meant to provide a framework that future project scale monitoring plans can tier off of for consistency. Now, for each of our projects, such as the SCH, this Species Conservation Habitat Project, we'll need to have a project-specific monitoring plan. Those plans are developed to be specific to look at the particular objectives and measure the performance and progress to those project objectives. It can also be used to track information that might be useful to see about compliance with permits, and is also providing information to guide the management and operations of that particular project. Now, where these can complement is that information collected through the process of the MIP could provide sort of a basis of comparison for these project plans. So we want to have some interconnection between these and complement. Similarly, using similar methods from the MIP for the project plans will allow better comparison. Next slide, please. So currently we're at the next phase is developing annual work plans. So the MIP provides the framework, and the annual work plan is kind of a roadmap for each year's data collection. So currently the SSMP team is developing the work plan, and we're reaching out to agencies and entities that are or may be conducting monitoring this year to understand what data they're collecting and what their sampling program is, so we can pool those resources and leverage monitoring efforts. So for example, we've met with the regional board and USGS and other entities about water quality monitoring to identify what locations that they'll be sampling in the open sea and nearshore areas, and what timing, and even what parameters. And we've had discussions about what people may or may not be sampling, so we can identify some gaps or know that something's covered. Similarly, you've heard from Dan Orr about, and the refuge manager, about bird sampling. We want to know kind of who's out there collecting information. Point Blue, Conservation Science, Oasis Bird Observatory, and Audubon have been doing a series of sampling around the sea. And so understanding those activities can help us see how does that compare with other projects in the area, and just facilitate our ability to leverage all the investments that are being made in this. Now, monitoring is, we'll be collecting a lot of this information. I've been hearing questions, I've already brought up from board member Firestone about having a place to share this information and a place to post data. As Mario stated, the SSMP is developing a website for tracking projects, but we've heard from entities it'd be nice to have a place where data would be good to share. So that is something for the program to be considering as a potential next step. Next slide. Finally, I just want to speak a little bit about the SSMP Science Committee. This is a group of independent scientists who have certain scientific expertise. It was first convened in 2018, and since then we've identified and added members who could provide independent review of SSMP products like the monitoring implementation plan. So we've tried to make sure and keep the independence of these members, and they do have a charter that identifies membership and functions of the committee. So during the MIP preparation, we prepared a charter for the Science Committee to engage them to review the MIP. We provided a public meeting with a presentation and then a process for the committee to review the MIP, provide their input, and scheduled working sessions as needed. And they provided their feedback to the SSMP managers that we folded into the MIP. The Science Committee has also continued to provide reviews on other documents, such as the Monitoring and Adaptive Management Plan for the SCH. So it's a great resource for the program. Next slide shows the committee members who have served on here, chaired by Carol Roberts with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So it's really important to be able to have this feedback on how we're collecting the information that's so important, what's the science needed to underpin the program's activities. So finally, I just want to close with saying that the MIP is intended to serve as a living document. So while we've prepared the version that's stamped 2022, we want to be able to periodically review it and update it to respond to evolving conditions and management needs for the program. So just as Razia mentioned, there's new information or data needs about, for example, selenium. That's something that we want to be able to accommodate in future iterations of the MIP. So next slide. I think that's it. So I'd be happy to take any questions at this moment, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson. I appreciate the coverage on this. This is an important document. And again, I appreciate as well the distinction that this isn't meant to be a project level monitoring plan, but really a holistic look at the sea as we all collectively manage it. So thanks for that. I don't have any questions. This was a good thing to end on, though, but I look to any board members in case they have any questions about the MIP or comments on it. Board Member Firestone.
I'll just follow up and echo the thanks and excitement about how important this document is, and it's really refreshing the amount of process and effort that went into being really thoughtful and comprehensive and collaborative on this, and utilizing that expertise with the Science Committee and other agencies. I'm really interested and as I said before, in just hearing, on your next step slide, hearing what the annual work plan looks like and what you're hearing in terms of partner entities, upcoming work, and certainly I think having a public, as you said, and as I already said, having a public space where we can see all of that collectively is just incredibly valuable, I think, to every agency and group on here. It really helps build also just more transparency and understanding and collaboration. So appreciate it. Look forward to getting some of that you have down as next steps as it's developed.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that input, and really appreciate your thoughtfulness on that.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson. Thank you, board member. I think with that, we can wrap then this MIP presentation. And what it brings us to is the public comment component of today's workshop. We will also have public comment tomorrow as part of our workshop, and it will be conducted in the evening so as to be able to accommodate more folks. I want to note, I see a number of commenters have put in to comment for public forum. If you're intending to comment about the Salton Sea, we'll need to have you comment on this item number 3. But because there's a number of folks in public forum that, again, may have signed up to talk about the Salton Sea and selected public forum, I'll go ahead and take those that indicated they're speaking on Salton Sea first, and then do the public forum folks. And then that way, if there's amongst them those that want to just generally speak and not speak on the Salton Sea, it can be taken appropriately too. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. What we'll have up is a scroll on who's coming up next to speak. And so here, I'll go ahead and first call up Kim Floyd, who will be followed by Aaron Woolley, and then Tom Sefton. And we'll look to my clerk generally to make sure that's the best way to handle folks, or if there were other orders that they wanted to take people in.
Hi, my name is Tim Floyd. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I have lived in the Coachella Valley for the past 14 years, but recently moved out of the area for family health reasons. I still feel strongly about the issues surrounding the Salton Sea, and it's really hard not to repeat the same concerns over and over again at each of these meetings. I would like to give credit where credit is due. The state agencies, elected officials, and a host of NGOs and others are trying. But it looks to me like we are falling further behind on the SSMP timeline. The combining of completed and planned projects in this report adds confusion on my understanding of the actual progress. Also, water, water, water. Where will the water come from? Not just long-term, but for the SSMP projects and the North Lake project. Many of us would say we saw this coming, or we should have seen this water shortage coming. How are we planning for the risks associated with likely water allocation shortfalls from the Colorado River? I am also concerned about the funding for the maintenance of the SSMP projects that do eventually get completed. Betting on future possible revenues from lithium extraction should be a backstop, not the primary source of long-term funding for maintenance of the SSMP and future restoration projects. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. I appreciate your good comments, and yes, can acknowledge that with many conversations we've had at the sea, sometimes it can feel a little repetitive amongst it. So hopefully folks are feeling that progress that's there, but also the urgency I think we all feel because we're so behind on the work that's necessary. I appreciate your just good comments and flags of very similar concerns that this board and others have expressed. So just thank you for that participation. It means a lot. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Woolley, who will be followed by Tom Sefton, and then after that, we'll have Jasmine Phillips. And it looks like Ms. Woolley isn't currently on the platform, so we will move on. Oh, I'm sorry. In person, you're in person. That's why you're not on the platform. Good to see you.
Okay. Good to see you all as well. My name is Erin Woolley. I'm a policy advocate with Sierra Club California, and I appreciate you all coming down to be here today. I appreciate the presentations that we've seen so far and looking forward to seeing more tomorrow about the work that CNRI has done and the progress that we're looking forward to in the coming years. It's clear that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to meet the goals of the SSMP by 2028 and ensure that those projects produce real public health and wildlife benefits for the Salton Sea and the region. In the last year, CNRA hit multiple milestones with the release of the draft EA and the long-range plan. I appreciate hearing that staff are taking the time to thoroughly consider public comments and incorporate that feedback, and we'll be looking forward to reviewing those documents in their final form later this year. The board and staff have already discussed the changes between this year's report and last year's, and specifically in Table 1. And I appreciate the clarification about the numbers that were reflected and that will be more consistent moving forward with those three categories and seeing how that progress comes out. Clarifying these values is really essential for public transparency and accountability and understanding the progress that's actually been made and what we hope to see in the future on the SSMP. In addition to clarifying the progress on acreage, I urge CNRA to also include analysis of how individual projects are improving air and water quality. Projects must drive real public health outcomes for communities living around the sea. And as projects are ramping up over the next few years, that cumulative close to 14,000 acres, it's important that we understand the actual benefits that we're seeing from those projects and if what we're seeing is actually being reflected in what we had hoped to see. As a last point about the annual plan, and a point that just was made, water supply and availability are fundamental to the construction of habitat and even some dust suppression projects. The discussions around the Colorado River are ongoing, but it is really important that as we look to the draft EA and especially in the long range plan, that those projections are incorporated and planned for so that the projects that we are investing in now are still able to be maintained over the long run and still produce those benefits for the Salton Sea and surrounding communities. Finally, we just talked about funding, and last week the governor proposed pulling back funds for the Salton Sea restoration and instead incorporating those into a bond. I appreciate the attention to that in the earlier presentation and the funding sources that were identified that could provide alternatives. All of those funding sources are contingent. The funds coming from the federal government are contingent. The funds from a bond are contingent upon a future vote. And the funds coming from Salton Sea and lithium extraction are also contingent upon that moving forward. So as we look to these discussions, I know they are ongoing. I hope that we can get a little more clear about how the funding situation is going to impact projects moving forward, and especially around long-term maintenance, operation, and monitoring that we see. Thank you, and I really am looking forward to more presentations tomorrow and appreciate the board's presence here and attention to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woolley. Really appreciate your engagement now and historic engagement these last years as well on all this work. It's really appreciated. And to all your points, just yes, I think for us, we do need to make sure we're articulating the certainty that the sea deserves around, even with all this uncertainty on negotiations in the future, around what it'll receive and making sure that these investments we're making are durable and lasting for the benefits that they're expected to have for the community. So just thank you. Really good points. It's good to see you. Thank you. I will acknowledge and thank my clerk for adjusting and moving around priorities here, because I know folks are sometimes time constrained. And so apologize, Mr. Sefton. I said you'd go next. You'll go next after Lillian Garcia. So I'll call up Lillian Garcia, who will then be followed by Tom Sefton and then Jasmine Phillips. Good to see you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lillian Garcia, born and raised in the Coachella Valley. First of all, I would like to congratulate the board and Natural Resources Agency for the lack of commitment in protecting our communities from the environmental nuisance within the Salton Sea Basin. The board has allowed its own order, Water Rights Order 2017-0134, to be blatantly violated over and over again for the past years. We seek justice for our communities, for a better quality of life. Evidently, the SMP continues to state that the acreage of the SCH project counts towards the acreage requirement. It does not. Stabilizing the sea is not the legally required goal. Restoration of the Salton Sea is what the state is legally required to do. Lastly, I am requesting for funding to be directed for enforcement and water quality for the Salton Sea and its tributaries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Sefton, who'll be followed by Jasmine Phillips and then Carrie Morrison.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity. And first, I would like to congratulate the Salton Sea Management Program team for the major progress on species conservation habitat and the contractor, Kiewit. I spent a lot of time working right across from where they built that project and saw the causeway going out day by day, and then saw the dredging going on month after month, and the Kiewit crews were working day and night. They had their dredge out there in the middle of the night, time and again. They were working on weekends. they got so much progress done because the crews worked really hard and they made it happen. And I'd like to express appreciation for crews working day and night and getting a project done. However, somehow that kind of spirit is going to have to be applied several times over, because when we look at the fact that at the end of 2023, we're going to be 5 years into a 10-year plan. And if you add up the projects that are going to be hopefully done, including the big one being SCH by the end of this year, it's about 6,000 acres of putting together dust suppression and habitat projects, the big one being SCH. And if you look at the report, it's 7,000 acres. Either way, that's either 20% or 23% of the 30,000 acre total goal, 50% of that being aquatic habitat. In the last 5 years of the 10-year plan, you're going to have to get 3 times as much built as was accomplished in the first 5 years. And the SCH was CEQA done in 2013, 5 years before the clock even started. So it's not a situation really of, in this case, oh, it takes years to get something permitted and 1 or 2 years to build it. It was already permitted, and we're finally getting done, 10 years after the CEQA was finished. So the pace has somehow got to really pick up, and what we're not seeing in this report is a plan for how the pace is going to pick up and how 15,000 acres of aquatic habitat and 15,000 acres of hopefully vegetated dust suppression is actually going to get done in the next 5 years. And the stipulated order really calls for, when the program is behind, a plan has that the one thing that's actually required as enforcement in the stipulated order is that a plan has to be put forward on how it's going to be accomplished. And the plan is not there yet. And it's a major challenge for the new assistant secretary. And I really hope she's able to pull the team together and get it done. And there is worry about the supply of funds being somewhat pulled back because or re-channeled because the state's in broke, and the water supply is a big unknown for everything. Thank you for your time, and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Septon. Appreciate your good comments, and just thank you for your time as well. And I know there's been a lot of discussions, and so your participation is very appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Jasmine Phillips, who will be followed by Carrie Morrison, and then Michael Cohen.
Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Phillips. I first came to the Salton Sea when I was 10 years old, and I've loved it ever since. It's encouraging to see progress on the ground with the short-term SSMP projects. I am pleased with the progression of the Species Conservation Habitat Project at the south end of the sea. Yet I'm really concerned that the project will not have a reliable supply of water or water quality. I know there is a water supply agreement between the Department of Water Resources and the Imperial Irrigation District, yet the agreement does not create a water right. It does not guarantee a volume of water, flow rate, or water quality. Furthermore, the new river is contaminated with selenium and other pollutants that jeopardize wildlife in the long term. I firmly believe it would be better to have a superior source of water to supplement and sustain the SSMP aquatic habitat projects. While I support the short-term projects that are necessary to keep the ecosystem on life support, I believe ocean water importation is absolutely critical to provide a new source of life-sustaining water to supply the Salton Sea restoration projects, since the Colorado River is in crisis. Projects such as the Desert Shores Channel Restoration Project, the North Lake and North Lake Pilot Project, and Sunny Bono Wildlife Refuge would all benefit from ocean water import as a supplemental water supply. It would help to stabilize the shoreline, cover the exposed lake bed, prevent harmful airborne dust and greenhouse gas emissions from the playa, help manage salinity, and provide water sustainability to the southwestern United States and Mexico. Water importation is the only logical long-range plan to allow the legislature to fulfill its obligation for a genuine ecosystem restoration and supports the long-range plan committee goals of equity, social, and environmental justice. I strongly recommend the State Water Resources Control Board ensure that the 2021 RFI water importation project proposals be properly and fairly evaluated in an unbiased and legitimate study, and the independent review panel's findings on ocean water importation and recommendations be rejected due to a flawed, improper, and legally questionable evaluation process. The time to start planning for the future is now. Ocean water importation will be an asset to support the SSMP long-term goals for restoration of the Salton Sea ecosystem. I firmly believe that when the sea is healthy, our communities will also thrive. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you as well, Jasmine. Really appreciate your participation, sticking with us today. I know it's been a long afternoon, and providing your comment. Means a lot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Carrie Morrison. Will be followed by Michael Cohen, and then Lionel Mayers.
Hello, thank you.
Hello.
Let's see, we do have video, right? Today I join you, fueled by a resolute belief in the untapped potential of this extraordinary region. As a board member of the Eco Media Compass, multiple CNRA committees member, and a former Salton Sea mayor, I must also acknowledge the most pressing challenge we face here: the urgent need to secure enough water for our communities and environment. I still firmly believe that ocean water import holds the most adaptable key to not only preventing additional dust, but also ensuring enduring water sustainability. The Salton Sea doesn't need to look like it did yesteryear, but it can look like our collective vision of tomorrow. We encourage you to design this as your backyard, for your family. Water import doesn't mean stopping other projects. This is concurrent. It means letting them succeed. After being around for many years, like a few of you, I've been witness to terrible masses of animals die or stop reproducing. We understand it can be hard to see the bigger picture within a 4-year term, so look further ahead. Massive farms are being left to fallow, compounding air quality issues and undermining our food security. The projects in planning, unfortunately, lack the sustainable water resources necessary for their ongoing operation. Even species conservation habitat, thousands of exciting acres well underway, quote, gets what it gets, from Tina Shields a while back. Do we not think current water tables and inflows are going to change further? These challenges cannot be ignored, for they threaten the very fabric of life in the Southwest. After voluntary, engaged, and supportive scientific participation, I've come to believe that the water import feasibility study conducted by UC Santa Cruz was a disheartening disappointment and an embarrassing and corrupt blight on our understanding of resource sustainability, and they missed the point. Many of the 17 projects submitted could have brought water, but were left feeling really dismissed. But let us not be discouraged by this setback. Instead, let's view it as a rallying call for further investigation, more conscious collaboration to uncover the path towards long-term water resources for the Southwest. An all-encompassing strategy designed to bolster the long-term sustainability of the region will deftly navigate budgetary challenges. Yes, we've been fortunate to receive abundant rainfall this year, a temporary reprieve from the otherwise incessant drought that plagues our region, but we must recognize that this is atypical and cannot rely on such erratic weather patterns to sustain us. We need a long-term solution that will provide us with the water we desperately need year after year. Ocean water import offers us a beacon of hope, a boundless source of water that can transform our futures. By harnessing the ocean, we could prevent the relentless dust storms like the off-the-index storm I was coughing in 2 weeks ago on the West Shores that plague our community regularly. We can safeguard our health. Ocean water import also provides us with a gateway to unlimited water sustainability, an opportunity to unlock the true potential of the entire Southwest. And then we could have water for other regions. We can prevent water wars. The urgency cannot be more obvious. We must face the truth that conservation alone cannot ensure water sustainability for a growing population for multiple generations. By embracing ocean water import and the limitless possibilities it offers, we can secure the sustainable water sources needed to revitalize our communities and all of the projects you've mentioned today. As planning focuses continue and partners with the Army Corps of Engineers pick up, we encourage the pursuit of maintaining the most life in its beautiful diversity as the primary planning focus, and water is life. We are excited for recent developments. We applaud those that continue to show up, those that are joining the movement, and those that have the courage to speak the clear truths they've come to understand. Let's not falter in the face of adversity, but rather let us be driven by a shared vision of a Salton Sea where prosperity, sustainability, and opportunity abound, and by challenging the status quo, by stepping beyond our historical limiting beliefs, we can truly shape a future here that we want to be a part of and live amongst. We need to embrace innovation, collaboration, and visionary leadership to explore alternative solutions that match the scale of our challenges. We can break free from the traditional approaches and paint a new picture of water sustainability, fueled by technology and a collective commitment to shaping a better future. Let's march forward together with determination, knowing that we have the audacity and intelligence to overcome any obstacle on this transformative journey. Together, we will leave a lasting legacy for generations to come, a legacy of resilience, innovation, and unwavering commitment to the potential that we believe each of us are still capable of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Appreciate your words, contribution, and participation in this discussion. Thanks for your time. And I know it's been, I know with so many in the room here, a number of years we've all been participating in these workshops and these discussions, and just appreciate the continued commitment to working with everyone. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Michael Cohen, who will be followed by Lionel Mayers, and then Nathan White, who may no longer be on the platform with us. Mr. Cohen,
Chair Esquivel, members of the board, thanks again for the opportunity to comment and to speak to you a little bit earlier. Just two quick points. Well, first, let me thank you all actually for coming down to the Salton Sea again. I think it's great that actually we're holding these workshops now in the region within the watershed, and look forward to more of these workshops moving forward within the watershed. So 2 points about the stipulated water order. Element number 4, provision number 4, whatever we're calling these, which I believe was actually not part of the stipulated order itself. It's actually, I believe, written by the board itself, calls out the Division of Water Rights to develop an appropriate monitoring framework to assess success in implementing the SSMP. In this, I think for many years there was an expectation that the MIP was going to help perform that function, but as we just heard, that the MIP is a little bit different. The MIP is really about monitoring environmental conditions, not about assessing success within the program itself. So we've had a lot of focus on acreage targets and meeting and building projects to meet these acreage targets, but I think it's a little bit different to talk about performance metrics. So I would encourage you to direct the Division of Water Rights to call together the stipulating parties and perhaps a broader public process to develop a series of performance metrics for assessing success. And then my second comment, there was a mention earlier by the SSMP team about breaking out acreage by vegetated habitat. Maybe I misheard that, but just looking at provision number 25 in the order, specifically excludes vegetated enhancement projects as habitat projects. They're certainly invaluable as dust suppression and provide some ancillary benefits for terrestrial species, but they should not be considered part of meeting the habitat or the aquatic habitat projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate those good comments, Mr. Cohen. You may have a comment from another board member. Board Member Firestone.
I was just going to say my understanding of what they said was that there was 3 categories they were going to break up, and so one was habitat, one was kind of interim dust suppression, and then the other was dust suppression, including vegetation projects, but that wasn't going to count as habitat. But anyway, I see nodding. That was my understanding of what they said. And then just to clarify on your point on performance metrics, so what I understood was there may be individual projects performance measures, and there's the MIP, which is more broadly, but you're looking for something specific to the SSMP performance. Yeah, no, understood. But that's the piece that you're saying hasn't been done, as those other 2 have. But this broader, what is the SSMP, is the piece that you're saying is missing, right?
Thank you, board member. And thank you, Mr. Cohen. Next, I'd like to call up, well, I apologize. I think a couple of folks do have their hands up. Art Gertz, I do have you as commenting. I'll have you go first here as part of that first tranche of public forum folks, even though I imagine you do have a Salton Sea comment. So do know I am moving to you here within the lineup. And then also a hand up from Maria Nava Froelich. I'll go to you in a moment after I first go to Lionel Mars, who was supposed to be next to speak. And then I'll quickly go to you, Maria, in case there's something you need to flag. And then Mr. Gertz, feel free to put your hand down if you're looking to simply comment on the Salton Sea item. I'll make sure and be calling you here in a moment. Okay, next I'd like to then call up Lionel Mars, who is next, and then we'll be followed by Nathan White and then Stephanie Martin.
Yes, good afternoon, board members. Thank you for having this public hearing, and thank you for having the hybrid option. My name is Lionel Mars. I am a resident of California. I'm here to comment on the Salton Sea. Every year, the state falls further behind on its goals. The greater the threats are to health, communities, and wildlife at the sea. As an environmental advocate, I care about the future of the Salton Sea, and the Californians from all over the state, just like me, understand that we have a moral imperative to fix a growing crisis there for our communities and for wildlife. Because California, in the previous decade has faced, climate change, hot climate, and due to drought, and it's very important for us to work together on protecting the environment, the species, wildlife, and to help come up with solutions that will benefit the people and the environment. So I just want to express my concerns to the board. Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Mars. I really appreciate your comments here and participating in this discussion and flagging, again, your concern around falling behind on acreage targets. I think we're all really dedicated to make sure that the state continues to live up to those commitments. So just thank you. I appreciate the participation. Next, we'll go to Maria Nava Froelich. We'll be followed by Nathan White and then Stephanie Martin and Sandra Ramirez. And after Sandra, Art Gertz.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I want to talk a little bit about the Salton Sea, some comments, my humble opinion. First of all, my name is Maria Nava Froelich. I'm the mayor of the city of Calipatra, and I'm a community advocate, formerly living in Nyland. Want to say a couple things. The Salton Sea is California's most polluted inland lake, has lost a third of its water in the last 25 years. New research has determined a decline in the Colorado River flow is the reason for that shrinking. As the sea shrinks, winds pick up sediments from the increasingly exposed dry lake bed and spread them into our surrounding communities, which are mostly low income, making asthma and other respiratory diseases worse. The smaller lake is also more polluted and saline, which reduces habitat for fish and the birds. It's been almost 2 decades since the state said it would take on the liability to address these issues as part of the QSA details. It's been underperforming in its short-term responses and wrestling with what would constitute a long-term sustainable solution. The state has been rightly criticized for not making much progress and not engaging much with local communities during the first decade or so in this process. Most recently, the state, with new leadership and positions such as yours with the California Natural Resources Agency, has upped its game. And so, we're happy about it. However, it's been long coming as far as engaging the frontline communities and making the investments in the sea and its communities. Of course, with the recent attention on lithium resources in the south side of the lake, additional challenges, opportunities, and uncertainties have arisen that complicate the whole process. The process of drafting treaties and building infrastructure would likely take more than a decade or two, a very long time, given the current and likely worsening impacts on health and habitat. I am very happy to see that the projects that the IID and the CNRA are currently working on to help with the restoration of the sea. I'd like to make this comment for you to please consider the continuation of studies and talks for remediation efforts towards the Salton Sea. Wetland projects are a critical component before putting water in the sea. The Salton Sea is saltier than the sea itself. Another thing, more funding from the state is needed. Please do not rely solely on the lithium excise tax funding. More is needed. Our fence line communities, such as the Salton City, Bombay Beach, Nyland, and Calipatra, the residents are suffering from asthma and upper respiratory health issues. It's been very windy in the last couple of weeks with the windstorms and sand hurting our families and our children and people with autoimmune diseases. Finally, I want to thank the California Natural Resources, the agencies, and the partner agencies, and the panelists that spoke today, and I do plan to participate tomorrow and make my voice heard. But I thank you so much for holding the Salton Sea workshop in the Imperial Valley here at IBC. And thank you for your time and appreciate all of you that are participating. It means the world to us here in the North End and the Imperial Valley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor Nava-Froelich, and apologies. We should have had you up a little earlier in the queue as an elected official. And thank you for participating tomorrow in the panel. Really looking forward to that participation. And thank you for your very good comments.
Thank you very much.
Agree with your very good comment amongst
Thank
it
you
all.
very
So
much.
thank you. Next,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Nathan White, who will be followed by Stephanie Martin, then Sandra Ramirez, and then Art Gertz. And it looks like Mr. White is not on the platform, and so we will go next to Stephanie Martin.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Stephanie Martin, and I live in Desert Hot Springs, the west side of the Coachella Valley, but I formerly lived in Coachella, and so I'm very intimately aware of the issues down by the Salton Sea because I just love to explore it. And I just want to express my thanks to everyone pooling their resources, knowledge, expertise, and necessary science, the surveying, its community engagement, the data collection. Thank you all. It's going to take a village truly to get on this. And I just want to uplift what I heard earlier in that I too feel the cohesion, the entities, between everyone, and I feel like the train of progress is starting to move. And I love the the Species Conservation Habitat Project. It seems promising to the goals of the phase 1 goals here. So I also appreciate the recognition that the Salton Sea restoration efforts are very much a scientific experiment. Our desert region is so unique, and our biodiversity deserves unprecedented attention in the scientific realm toward real long-term solutions. It's my opinion that the 10-year plan is an impressive goal, okay? And it's my understanding to get anywhere close to the initial goal line, that this should theoretically connect it to the long-term, long-range plan at the end of the day anyways. So I feel like we're just trucking along, and I'm wowed. I'm very happy with what the progress I have seen. Since I kind of jumped on this, I missed the deadline for the 2018 RFP, but when I was researching this with the mind to throw my hat in the ring for the 2021 RFP, it's fascinating. Everything is very fascinating, And what it comes down to, in my opinion, again, is that ocean water import assumes the Salton Sea is changeable in nature, when reality, nothing really supports that scientifically, and it's furthest removed from the short-term and long-term goals here. So those voicing their opinion against UC Santa Cruz's independent study could have a maybe greater appreciation for objectivity and scientific research. So if your heart is set on ocean water import, it severely narrows the range of actual possibilities of what we have in our desert region, and what we kind of informally termed as scientific experiments, if you will. So when I was looking at this, I like this. The goals are very clear, and we can make this happen. And I thank you all for your dedication and your time. Truly, thank you so much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Martin. I share your enthusiasm, your excitement about the work. We are at a truly great moment amongst it, and a bit daunted, of course, by what we all still have to accomplish together. But definitely agree with you about the excitement around the opportunities. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sandra Ramirez, who will be followed by Art Gertz, and then Jose Luis Fuentes. And I'm not sure if the person is on the platform, Chris Cockcroft. In case Mr. Cockcroft, you actually wanted to comment on something that's not the Salton Sea, you'll be the last speaker. So next, I'd like to go to Sandra Ramirez.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Sandra Ramírez.
Hello everyone, this is Sandra Ramirez.
Yo soy residente del Valle de Coachella y madre de 4 hijos.
I'm a resident of Coachella and I'm a mother of 4.
La disponibilidad y abasto de agua es un reto que enfrenta la humanidad.
The supply of water is humanitarian and it's a problem throughout the world, not only here.
Los requerimientos para la agricultura y la industria.
So there are requirements for agriculture and this type of industry.
Estoy nerviosa, me equivoqué, perdón.
I'm nervous, sorry.
Okay, sí. El aumento de la población, los requerimientos para la agricultura y la industria.
So as there's a world population, it's increasing constantly. There's so many requirements that are put on the industry of agriculture, and this contamination is also part of it.
Y el impacto climático, estos son algunos factores que agravan la gestión y el acceso al agua en todo el planeta.
Not only is an impact on the climate, this demand for agriculture and contamination, these are some of the factors that are making a little difficult for the management of access to water and throughout the planet.
Disponer de agua es un derecho humano. Y no tener acceso a ella obstaculiza el ejercicio de otros derechos.
The supply of water and the access to water is just a basic human right. The fact that there is no access to this water is something that makes it very hard so that agriculturers or people exercise their rights as to having good education, good health, and good food.
Así. Como obstaculiza otros derechos como la salud, la educación y la alimentación. Con el lema de la valoración del agua, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas designó el 22 de marzo para promover la reflexión sobre el valor que le damos al agua.
So as I said before, the good supply of water, not only does it ensure that you have good health, good education, good food, And this is a value that we have put on water. It's very essential. According to the Organization of the United Nations, designated on March 22nd to promote a reflection in regards to the water, the value of the water, the value we give to water.
Es un imperativo dimensionar la relevancia que tiene el agua, su cuidado y su saneamiento.
It's imperative that we give that great relevance to the access to water. That is the topic that is being promoted.
Para adoptar acciones individuales y colectivas que se traduzcan en una acción sostenible y adecuada.
So we want to adopt these actions not only as individuals, but collectively. And this translates in sustainable actions and adequate vital liquid, such as water.
En una acción sostenible y adecuada de este vital líquido, a mí me da inseguridad pensar que ya se esté hablando de sequías y no veo planes de resanamientos del agua.
So it's very concerning to me as an individual that needs access to this water, and constantly I am hearing about these droughts. What happens is that this causes insecurity, personal insecurity, and I see a lot of plans, a lot of projects that are being talked about.
Tampoco vi amenidades para la comunidad, para los residentes que vivimos alrededor de la laguna del Salton Sea.
Talking about projects, I'm going to go ahead and continue here. I have not seen any measures that are going to see amenidades. I don't see any amenities or any other resources that are going to help the community, the people in the community, the residents, people that live around my area in Salton Sea.
Mi comentario no es con la intención de minimizar el trabajo de nadie ni minimizar tampoco la capacidad de su trabajo. Mi comentario es con la intención de resaltar la urgencia que tenemos de hacer algo ya, un plan a largo plazo. Yo tengo 25 años aquí, soy originalmente de México y me siento orgullosa de estar aquí.
So my intention is not to offend anyone. My intention is not to minimize your work at all. You're doing a great job. But I do want to reinstate that I want to say that there is urgency. We need solutions. We need measures at not short-term, but long-term projects. So these projects have not helped us. The residents, we need this type of, okay, we're going to stop there. Tienes 25 años aquí viviendo por reciente. So I've lived here as an immigrant. I have lived here for 25 years. I'm an immigrant, and I have been here for 25 years.
Los proyectos que hasta ahorita yo he visto no nos han ayudado a los residentes del Valle de Coachella. Yo tengo 4 hijos y yo no me voy a mover del Valle de Coachella. Entonces yo quisiera ver un futuro saludable para mis hijos.
So, as I said, I'm a mother of 4 children, and we need these measures to help the residents. I am not going to move from the east part of Coachella if these measures are not made to benefit us. I have 4 children. I'm looking out for them. Y los puede concluir.
Una de las cosas que han sufrido mis hijos y yo misma ha sido el sangrado nasal, yo las alergias, mis hijos el asma, y estos son solo por mencionar algunos de los malestares que afecta el medio ambiente en el que vivimos nosotros los residentes que estamos alrededor de la laguna del Salton Sea. Gracias.
So I mentioned I'm a mother of 4. I'm a mother of 4, and what we have suffered, not only myself and my children, is nasal bleeding, allergies, asthma, just to mention a few. This has impacted us personally as residents from the Salton Sea area. Thank you so much.
Gracias, señora Ramírez, por tu comentario, tus palabras y su tiempo ahora. Es muy importante y tu voz está haciendo una diferencia aquí. So, gracias. I just thank Senora Ramirez for her comments and emphasize that her voice does make a difference here amongst our discussions. So, gracias. Next, I'd like to call up Art Gertz, who will be followed by Jose Luis Fuentes, and I believe our last commenter will be Chris Cockcroft.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can, Mr. Gertz. You're breaking up a little bit, but we'll should be able to hear you okay. And what actually may help Mr. Gertz is if you turn off your video. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, you are breaking up a bit.
So, good afternoon. Great, thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Can you hear me now? Good, okay. Good afternoon, Art Gertz, Vice Mayor, long-term resident of West Shore. Early in this feel-good meeting, Wade Crowfoot told us that the state's goal is to stabilize and restore the Salton Sea. He told us that the hay bales in Salton City were 95% effective in mitigating harmful dust. We, the residents, expect to see the documentation that proves that, because based on the filming of the dust storms we received long after the hay bales were installed, simply not the case. There is a truism that if you ignore history, you are compelled to repeat it. And this is the situation that this part of the state, the Salton Sea condition, is experiencing. If we look back to history, we, as a state, we always take the cheap and easy water without ever considering the repercussions of doing so. I give you Mono Lake, Owens Lake, and Tulare Lake. Okay, Mono Lake has been brought shortly back. Owens Lake will never be brought back. It's run up a tab of about $3 billion so far. And we're using that blueprint at Salton Sea with the hay bales, and we're spinning a narrative of how effective they are and how they're going to work. And the residents who actually live at the sea are not buying it. None of us believe it, because we see the results of the dust storm in spite of the hay bales. The problem is we took the water from Mono Lake and these other lakes, and now Tulare Lake, and Tulare Lake was turned into towns and farmland, and now possibly thousands of nut-bearing trees are going to die because of the floods, because we took the water and then developed an area that was to be a natural lake. So we don't learn from our mistakes. And even though this started out as a feel-good meeting, we must address the dying elephant in the room of Salton Sea. This state is famous for kicking the can down the road. And until we wake up and see the freight train wreck that we're hurtling towards in this disastrous ecological disaster, the term ecological justice does not apply to the Salton Sea Basin. It's laughable. There is no environmental justice. The people, the residents of the Salton Sea Basin, are the last one to be considered in the pecking order of the state. We don't have a voting block. We don't pay enough taxes. Basically, we don't count. All of us that live at the sea know this. You people on the board, most of you are paid. You do very well at pointing out what a great job you're doing. And yet here we are hurtling towards the demise of the sea. The sea is going to be drying up even faster with the water conservation. And no one talks about what happens when the sea dries up. No one wants to talk about where we're going to get sustainable water. You pay $2.5 million for a bag of lies that will let the state off the hook as far as a sustainable water supply. No one talks about genuine science, how the sea still produces over 1 million acre feet of fresh water each year, desalinized water that has been tracked and proven to go largely as rainfall to Arizona, New Mexico, has been measured as far up as Canada, but we don't consider the science. We don't consider the consequences. We talk about all these little projects. You know what? You can't even complete less than 30 acres in Desert Shores. You funded this over a year ago. Absolutely nothing's been done. No geotechnical report, no survey. You've been sitting on the money. It could have been done already. It hasn't been done. And yet you toot your horn about these projects you're doing. But what have you done for the people that live at the sea? Actually, you talk about the species conservation habitat. IID says whatever water we'll get, what we get. They will not commit to the water to fully complete that project. So what is your long-term plan? You had a long-term advisory committee and you ignored them and then they were dismissed. So I'm not quite believing all the narrative today. You can tell us what a great job you're doing, but boots on the ground, people live at the sea, we're not seeing it. You need to do better and you need a long-term plan. You need a totally unbiased report on the feasibility of seawater import. That's the only place you're going to get enough water for long-term restoration. Consider the long-term. Stop kicking the can down the road. You need to perform action beyond a 4-year voting cycle. Thank you for your time.
And for yours, Mr. Gertz. I appreciate your honest engagement around your sentiments around the projects and progress or lack, your concern thereof at the sea. So just thank you. I appreciate your words. Next, I'd like to call up Jose Luis Fuentes. And again, our last commenter for this evening will be Chris Cockcroft.
Good afternoon. I'm calling from Mexico City, and it's great to hear and follow Art's kind words and realistic words. I'm the legal director for Rostros y Corazon, a nonprofit 501c3 based in Salton City. We're engaged in community development and capacity building of Desert Shore residents to Salton City. Our concerns are similar to Art's, in which you have a Hispanic population, majority Hispanic population, low income farm workers who are not receiving environmental justice from this organization or any of the state's organizations. They're just being marginalized and not looked at. In the opening comments, I did not hear one person talk about Desert Shores or mention Salton City. They're just forgotten. North Shores, Bombay Beach, Nyland, small communities, they deserve help, but no one mentions the large Hispanic population, working class population, the folks that bring your vegetables to your homes. No one talks about them. And we're here to talk about them. And you all should be looking at how are you going to help them, because them are the ones who are receiving the PM10s, the PM2.5s. You have the monitoring stations, you have the data, you have the population size, but yet the projects there have not been started. You're starting projects where the money is going to be in the future down in Nyland area with the lithium. But what about Salton City? What about Desert Shores? What about Salton Sea Beach? What about Vista Del Mar? They're right there on the front lines receiving the PM10s, the PM2.5s, exceeding federal standards for air qualities. And we would like you all to start considering getting these projects started on the West Shore side. Not only the projects that Art's mentioned that's been funded and still not off the ground, but then there's the clubhouse, there's Thule. These projects need to be started. And more importantly, it's interesting to see the Kiwis trucks, all nice, shiny, coming through our community at high speeds, flaunting their wealth. But you don't have our community working any of these projects. There needs to be local hire requirements to where you have these farm workers who know how to work the ground. They know how to plant. They know how to get vegetables and other environmental habitats put in place. You need to hire them to do the work instead of the outsiders who just come to our communities and flaunt their wealth and they do their work. But what about the locals? They're the ones with the PM10s, PM2.5s, and you're not hiring them to do any of the remediation work or any of the work that's needed to prevent the PM10s, PM2.5 from getting into the lungs of their kids. You have high schools in Salton City that a bunch of kids there, high school kids, middle school, elementary kids. Again, you need to focus on the humans, and I understand the birds. I'm a tree hugger myself, but you need to focus on this community and not have it more marginalized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. I really appreciate your good comments amongst all this. And do know, I know, I mean, I'm not here to make this about me, but I grew up in the Eastern Coachella Valley. My dad taught at Oasis Elementary School for about 36 years, and grandfather was a foreman at Seaview Ranch. So know that we do take this all very personally, at least especially from this seat. And so, we're not trying to gloss over or glad hand or create a narrative here that there isn't a lot of work to do. But I would note, I did hear Desert Shores and Bombay Beach, and I think I made a point specifically around needing to make sure that these projects are having the most benefit first for those that are closest to the impacts that are happening as well, and that be very just in the way that we view this. So I appreciate your comments. I think that we need to make sure that we continue to put the community forward and hopefully bridge as well to our communities the progress that is happening and how to start to plug in, to advocate, to understand, and to continue to move us forward in a lot of this. I know frustration, and again, there's no running from the history of the lack of progress that we've needed, and now is the time to really help best, hopefully connect folks. But not certainly here to gloss over any of that. So just thank you. I appreciate your good comments and participation. I think next, our last commenter for today, and looking forward to tomorrow's continued discussion here around what are a lot of complex issues and continued community voices amongst it. But for today on comments, I think we have our last commenter, which is Chris Cockcroft.
Hi, could you guys hear me okay?
We can. Good evening.
Okay, hi. Hey, Chairman Esquivel, how you doing? I'm
doing well. Good to see you.
Librarian on the bookmobile at Oasis back in the day, and at Torres Martinez. So that was a few years ago. I had red hair then, but I wanted to give some macros that are not in the 2022 annual report by the state. First of all, we didn't have an assistant secretary for 17 months. Second, the state just lost $169 million because it didn't spend the money. Third, the state is falling farther and farther behind in its acreage targets. Fourth, current water import report is being challenged and will definitely lose. I mean, have you read Jenny Ross's comments about that report? I believe that they will clearly show that that was just unacceptable. Let's see, am I on fifth or fourth? The long-range plan. The long-range plan had 4 months. I listened in on Zoom all those 5 months of meetings. The first 5 months were a total rehash of the old plans that all failed for lack of resources or one thing or another. There was only one session of 2 hours devoted to the water import scenario. And as a result, then after that, the state got in James got in a time crunch and just hijacked the report and put it forward into the state just because he wanted to sign the contract with the Corps of Engineers, but the work was not done there. It was not done well. And I believe you got some challenges on that too. At least you should have. And I thought you ought to be aware of that too. And the next one, 6/5, I don't know. The Imperial Streams Report is very prejudicial. Just the title itself is an in-basin allusion that probably is not justified. I mean, you can't call something before it's even been started an Imperial Streams project without inferring the New and Alamo rivers. And I find that prejudicial and frankly, more of the same. Thank you for this time to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cockcroft. I appreciate that. I know in here we've heard from a few commenters, you know, and we've discussed here that the long-range plan and the long-range life of the sea is really critical to get right here. We haven't had a chance to delve in too much into the long-range plan at today's discussion. I'll flag, I think for me tomorrow, I want to try to find moments to be able to help people connect to the long-range plan work that was done. We continue to hear, I've heard criticism of the way somehow that was conducted and sea importation not being given its due shift. I mean, I look over at Michael Cohen and others, and I know that this issue around sea importation, the life of the sea, and keeping a footprint has been very fundamental to so many of the discussions that we've been having over the last decades. I think it's important to try to bring folks together, and I was hoping that the long-range plan and its analysis would here provide that for folks to know that it is being discussed and evaluated, but we have to be realistic about what we're able to accomplish, especially because of the history here we have of not accomplishing what we're really setting out. And a sea-to-sea importation project, huge, that will be, you know, would span the next decades to try to really implement. So all that, I'm just hearing a lot of frustration with that component, and it kind of being led into kind of this space of, well, you know, is the state able to get its hands around this? And I think that tomorrow would be nice to just unpack that a bit more, because we've obviously heard frustration from folks. And I feel like, as it has been in the past, it can continue to be what defines so much of what we're able to discuss and here hopefully have a common vision around, or harm our ability to actually have a common vision around. So hopefully that makes sense. Again, I am hearing the criticism quite clearly around the long-range plan and how it analyze those C2C concepts. We should try to unpack that, but we should also separate that angst I'm hearing from folks around that, around the larger effort here at the sea and the work that's being done. So just thanks. I appreciate everyone's good comments there. That wraps up our public comments for today. We do have additional comments as part of tomorrow's panels, and looking to any board member questions or comments before we close out on the agenda item number 3, and then quickly wrap up board business. And not conclude, we'll come back here 5 o'clock tomorrow on item number 3, but anything for board members to leave us with now? Okay, seeing none, then we will here on item number 3, kind of suspend it, and we will meet back tomorrow. So we'll be in recess until 5 p.m. tomorrow on Wednesday for day 2 of our Salton Sea workshop. So thank you all. I know it's been a long afternoon. It's been good discussion, and we look forward to further unpacking all this tomorrow. Have a good evening, be well, and we'll see you tomorrow at 5.